Hello everyone, today's topic we're going to cover is called Persephone and the Shattered Reflection. When Persephone stumbles upon a cursed mirror buried deep in the underworld, she enters a realm where every god has a darker double. As the barrier between worlds weakens, she must fight her reflection and the shadows of Olympus to protect both realms from collapse. So before you get too comfortable, take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you enjoy our content. Also, I would love to hear where you are from and what time you're watching this video. Now get ready to dim the lights, get cozy as we cover this story together. As Persephone wandered through the gardens of the underworld, she stumbled upon a shimmering portal where none had existed before. Its iridescent glow seemed to pulse in rhythm with her own heartbeat, drawing her closer with an otherworldly allure. Without thinking, she reached out a hand, and as her fingers made contact with the portal's surface, the world around her began to blur and distort. When her vision cleared, Persephone found herself standing within a labyrinthine mirror hall, where reflections of the gods stared back at her from every direction. But these were not the familiar faces she had grown accustomed to in Olympus. These mirrored deities wore twisted, grotesque visages, as if their very essence had been warped and corrupted. Athena, once a beacon of reason and wisdom, gazed back at Persephone with eyes that burned like hot coals, her usually calm features now contorted in a malevolent scowl. Beside her, Poseidon's reflection sneered, his trident transformed into a twisted, serpentine staff that seemed to writhe in his grasp like a living thing. Even Zeus, king of the gods, was not spared this dark transformation. His mirrored image loomed over Persephone, its eyes flashing with a mad, electrical energy as it hurled bolts of dark, crackling power. Persephone's initial shock gave way to a creeping sense of unease as she wandered deeper into the mirror hall, surrounded by the twisted reflections of the gods. She began to suspect that this realm was not a natural creation, but rather a dark, aberrant dimension born from some ancient, forgotten magic. Every step she took seemed to echo through the hall, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The mirrored gods watched her every move, their twisted faces seeming to writhe and contort in ways that defied human comprehension. Persephone's skin crawled as she realized that these reflections were not mere illusions, but living, breathing entities with their own twisted consciousness. As she delved deeper into the labyrinth, the mirrors began to ripple and distort, as if the reflections themselves were struggling to break free from their glassy prisons. Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Aphrodite, her usual beauty now warped into a grotesque parody of itself. The goddess of love's mirrored form seemed to writhe in agony, its face elongating into a twisted, inhuman visage as it reached out with grasping, ethereal hands. The air was heavy with the scent of ozone and smoke, and Persephone could feel the very fabric of reality beginning to tear apart. She knew that if she did not find a way to escape this twisted realm, the mirrored gods would soon break free, unleashing a horror beyond mortal comprehension upon the world. Persephone quickened her pace, her heart pounding in her chest as she navigated the ever-shifting labyrinth. Every step seemed to lead her further into the heart of madness, the mirrors growing more distorted and alive with each passing moment. She began to suspect that the mirrored gods were not the only entities trapped within this realm, that there existed some darker, more ancient power lurking in the shadows, waiting to be unleashed. As she turned a corner, Persephone stumbled upon a great blackened mirror that seemed to absorb the light around it, its surface etched with ancient, forgotten runes. The air seemed to grow colder, heavier, as if the very presence of this dark glass was drawing the life force from the surrounding mirrors. Suddenly, the black mirror's surface began to ripple, as if something was stirring from the depths of its dark, glassy heart. Persephone felt a presence watching her, a malevolent entity that had lain dormant for eons, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a jolt of fear, Persephone realized that she had stumbled into something far greater, far more sinister than a simple realm of twisted reflections. She had uncovered a doorway to a realm of ancient, eldritch power, a realm that threatened to break into the world of the gods, unleashing a horror beyond mortal comprehension. As the black mirror's surface continued to ripple and distort, Persephone knew she had to escape, to find a way to seal this doorway before it was too late. But as she turned to flee, she felt the presence behind the mirror watching her, its dark energy reaching out to ensnare her, to trap her within the labyrinth of twisted reflections forever. As I traversed the mirror realm, I couldn't help but marvel at the twisted reflections of the gods. Ares, once proud and boastful, cowered in the corner, his armor dented and tarnished. Athena, wise and just, peered out from behind a veil of madness, her eyes wild and unfocused. And Zeus, king of the skies, sat upon a throne of clouds, his lightning bolts reduced to mere sparks that fizzled and popped. But it was the reflection of Demeter that caught my attention. Her once vibrant gardens now withered and died, surrounded by a halo of decay and corruption. Her face, once radiant with maternal love, was twisted in a mixture of sorrow and despair. I felt a pang of guilt, knowing that my own actions had led to her suffering. As I continued to explore the mirror realm, I stumbled upon a great hall of reflections. The gods and goddesses of Olympus, once proud and powerful, now broken and defeated. Poseidon's trident, once mighty and awe-inspiring, now cracked and worn, its prongs twisted and bent. Hades' helm of darkness, once feared and respected, now hung limp and lifeless, its power diminished. But it was the reflection of myself that caught my breath. A Persephone, pale and wan, stared back at me, her eyes sunken and dark. Her crown of flowers, once vibrant and colourful, now wilted and dead. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realised that this reflection was not just a twisted version of myself, but a warning of what could become of me if I didn't stop the mirror realm from breaking into the real world. I knew I had to find a way to stop this twisted realm from merging with our own. But how? I searched the Hall of Reflections, hoping to find a clue, a hint, a whisper of guidance. But there was nothing. Only the twisted reflections of the gods, staring back at me with cold, dead eyes. As I turned to leave, I heard a faint whisper, a soft sigh of despair. I followed the sound to a reflection of Hades, his face twisted in a mixture of sorrow and longing. His eyes, once cold and unforgiving, now shone with a hint of warmth, a spark of hope. I approached him, my heart pounding in my chest, and asked, "How can I stop this realm from breaking into the real world?" Hades' reflection looked up at me, his eyes locking onto mine.
"You must find the source of the mirror realm's power," he whispered.
His voice barely audible. The heart of reflections, a crystal of pure energy, fuels this twisted realm. Destroy it, and the mirror realm will collapse, banishing the twisted reflections back to the shadows. I nodded, determination burning within me. I would find the heart of reflections no matter the cost. I would save the real world from this twisted realm and restore balance to the cosmos. But as I turned to leave, I heard a faint laughter, a cold, mirthless chuckle. I turned to face the reflection of Hermes, his eyes glinting with mischief and malice. "You'll never find the heart of reflections," he sneered. "The mirror realm is full of traps and illusions. You'll be lost forever in this twisted realm." I smiled, a fierce determination igniting within me. "I'll find it," I said, my voice firm and resolute. "I'll navigate the traps and illusions. I'll stop this twisted realm from breaking into the real world." Hermes' reflection laughed again, the sound echoing through the Hall of Reflections. "We'll see about that," he sneered, as the mirror realm began to shift and change around me. The reflections blurring and distorting, the very fabric of reality beginning to unravel. I steeled myself, my heart pounding in my chest, and stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she ventured deeper into the mirror realm, Persephone encountered increasingly disturbing reflections of the gods. Athena's mirrored counterpart was a grotesque cyclopean creature with razor-sharp horns and scales that shimmered like dark diamonds. It gazed at her with an unblinking, malevolent intelligence, as if it knew the secrets of the universe and reveled in its own twisted power. The reflection of Apollo was a gaunt, skeletal figure with eyes that burned like embers. Its skin stretched taut over its skull like a drumhead. It played a haunting melody on a lyre whose strings seemed to vibrate with the essence of madness. The music was so mesmerizing that Persephone felt herself becoming entranced, as if she was being drawn into a dark, labyrinthine dance that would consume her very soul. She forced herself to move on, her heart pounding in her chest like a drumbeat. The mirrored realm seemed to be shifting and rippling around her, as if it was alive and responsive to her presence. She sensed that the reflections were growing more aggressive, their malevolent energies building towards some catastrophic climax. As she navigated the twisted landscape, she came face to face with a reflection of Artemis that was a towering, hulking monstrosity. Its skin was a deep, mottled green, and its antlers seemed to sprout from its forehead like twisted organic thorns. The mirrored Artemis let out a deafening roar, its eyes blazing with a feral, bestial fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mirror realm. Persephone stumbled, her vision reeling from the sheer horror of the reflection. The mirrored Artemis took a step closer, its massive, clawed hands grasping for her like a predator closing in on its prey. She raised her hands, and a burst of radiant light erupted from her skin, driving the monstrous reflection into a snarling, furious retreat. As she regained her composure, Persephone realized that the mirror realm was warping and distorting around her, as if it was trying to disorient and confuse her. The reflections seemed to be closing in, their malevolent energies building towards some catastrophic convergence. She pressed on, her heart pounding in her chest like a drumbeat. The mirrored realm seemed to be shifting and rippling around her, as if it was alive and responsive to her presence. She sensed that the reflections were growing more aggressive, their dark energies building towards some apocalyptic climax. Suddenly, the mirror realm seemed to shudder and convulse, as if it was being torn apart from within. Persephone stumbled, her vision reeling from the sheer intensity of the energies that were building around her. The reflections seemed to be coalescing into a singular monstrous entity that was emerging from the very fabric of the mirror realm. The entity was a twisted, nightmarish fusion of all the gods' reflections, its form shifting and flowing like a living, breathing thing. Its eyes blazed with a malevolent, otherworldly intelligence that seemed to defy the very laws of the universe. Persephone felt herself being drawn into its gaze, as if she was being pulled into a vortex of darkness and madness. She raised her hands, and a blast of radiant energy erupted from her skin, striking the entity with the force of a thunderbolt. The mirrored realm seemed to shudder and recoil, as if it was being torn apart from within. The entity let out a deafening roar, its form beginning to unravel and dissipate like a dark spectral mist. Persephone took advantage of the entity's momentary distraction, dashing forward with a burst of speed and agility. She reached out, her hand closing around the entity's wrist like a vice. The mirrored realm seemed to shudder and convulse around her, as if it was being torn apart from within. She felt the entity's malevolent energy coursing through her veins, its dark power threatening to consume her very soul. She gritted her teeth, channeling her own energy into a fierce, determined cry. The entity let out a deafening roar, its form beginning to dissipate like a dark, spectral mist. Persephone felt herself being pulled back into the real world, the mirror realm's energies releasing their hold on her. She stumbled, her vision reeling from the sheer intensity of the experience. She took a deep breath, her gaze focusing on the serene, idyllic landscape of the Elysian fields. But as she looked around, she sensed that something was wrong. The air seemed to vibrate with an ominous, unsettling energy. The gods themselves seemed to be watching her, their faces grave and concerned. Persephone felt a creeping sense of dread, as if she had unleashed a horror beyond her wildest imagination. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were becoming increasingly distorted. Athena's usually piercing gaze now seemed cold and calculating, her eyes gleaming with a malevolent intensity. Apollo's radiant smile had transformed into a cruel, mocking grin, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Even the usually benevolent Hera's reflection seemed cold and unforgiving, her eyes blazing with a fierce, almost animalistic intensity. The further she ventured, the more twisted the reflections became. Poseidon's mighty trident now seemed to be grasping, claw-like fingers, his eyes blazing with a feral fury. Artemis's usually gentle moonlit glow had transformed into a cold, unforgiving light, her eyes staring out with an unblinking, as if watching for the slightest sign of weakness. Persephone's heart raced as she realized that these reflections were not just simple echoes of the gods, but actual, living entities, with their own twisted desires and motivations. She knew that if they were to break free of the mirror realm, they would bring chaos and destruction to the world of the living. As she turned a corner, she came face to face with a reflection that made her blood run cold. It was Zeus, but not the benevolent, wise ruler of the skies she knew. This reflection was a monstrous, towering figure, its eyes blazing with a fierce electric intensity. The air around it seemed to crackle with energy, as if the very fabric of the universe was bending to its will. Persephone knew that she had to get out of there, but her legs seemed rooted to the spot. The reflected Zeus took a step closer, its eyes burning with an unholy intensity. Persephone's throat constricted, as if an invisible hand was squeezing the life out of her. "You should not have come here, Persephone," the reflected Zeus growled, its voice like thunder. "You should not have meddled in the affairs of the gods." Persephone tried to speak, but her voice was barely a whisper. "I came to explore," she stammered. The reflected Zeus laughed, the sound like a crack of thunder. "You came to spy on us," it sneered. "You came to uncover our secrets." Persephone knew that she had to defend herself, but her words were lost in the roar of the reflected Zeus's laughter. The air around her seemed to ripple and distort, as if reality itself was bending to its will. Suddenly, the mirror realm seemed to shudder, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. Persephone knew that she had to get out of there, or risk being trapped forever. With a surge of adrenaline, she turned and sprinted back the way she came, the reflected Zeus's laughter echoing behind her. She didn't dare look back, fearing what she might see. As she ran, the mirror realm seemed to blur and distort around her, the reflections of the gods blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. She could feel the reflected Zeus's power coursing through the realm, as if it was building up to some catastrophic climax. Finally, she saw a glimmer of light ahead, the entrance to the mirror realm, and she burst through it, emerging back into the bright, sunlit world. Gasping for air, Persephone stumbled forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that she had to warn the gods about the twisted reflections and the threat they posed to the world of the living. But as she looked around, she realized that she was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity. "You should not have come back, Persephone," it hissed, its voice like a snake's whisper. Persephone's heart skipped a beat as she realized that it was a reflection of Hades, its eyes blazing with a malevolent fury. She was trapped, with no way to escape. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections of the gods that grew increasingly distorted and sinister. She saw a reflection of Poseidon, its face twisted into a grotesque grimace, its eyes blazing with malevolent fury as it hurled bolts of dark energy at the mirrored sea. Nearby, a reflection of Athena, its face a cold, calculating mask, manipulated, twisted, nightmarish illusions that seemed to writhe and twist like living serpents. Persephone shuddered as she beheld a reflection of Aphrodite, its beauty corrupted into a monstrous, lascivious allure that seemed to exude a noxious, intoxicating aura. The reflection's eyes gleamed with a depraved, sadistic light as it caressed the twisted, nightmarish illusions that surrounded it. The air was heavy with the stench of decay and corruption, and Persephone felt her stomach churn with revulsion. She pressed on, determined to uncover the source of this twisted realm and the threat it posed to the world of the gods. The reflections grew more and more distorted, their malevolent energy building to a crescendo of madness and chaos. Persephone saw a reflection of Hephaestus, its face a twisted, cruel parody of the god's usual benevolent countenance. The reflection's gaze burned with a malevolent intensity as it crafted twisted, nightmarish creations that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. As she ventured deeper into the mirror realm, Persephone encountered reflections of the gods that seemed to blur and merge, their twisted forms coalescing into grotesque, eldritch abominations. The air grew thick with the stench of madness and corruption, and Persephone felt her grip on reality begin to slip. She beheld a reflection of Zeus, its face a twisted, titanic visage that seemed to blaze with an apocalyptic fury. The reflection's eyes burned with a cosmic, annihilating power that seemed to threaten to unmake the very fabric of reality. The reflection's voice thundered through the mirror realm, a cacophony of madness and destruction. Persephone stumbled backward, her mind reeling from the sheer eldritch horror of the twisted reflections. She realized that the mirror realm was not simply a twisted echo of the world of Olympus, but a portal to a dimension of unspeakable, a realm of madness and chaos that threatened to break into the real world and unleash a maelstrom of destruction upon the universe. She knew that she had to find a way to stop the twisted reflections, to seal the portal to the mirror realm, and prevent the eldritch abominations from spilling into the world of the gods. But as she turned to flee, she saw that the reflections had begun to move, their twisted forms coalescing into a nightmarish, eldritch entity that seemed to fill the mirror realm. The entity's face was a twisted, cyclopean visage that seemed to blaze with an annihilating fury. Its eyes burned with a cosmic, destructive power that seemed to threaten to unmake the very fabric of reality. Persephone felt her grip on reality begin to slip, her mind reeling from the sheer eldritch horror of the twisted entity. She knew that she had to act, to find a way to stop the entity and seal the portal to the mirror realm. But as she turned to flee, she saw that the reflections had begun to merge, their twisted bodies coalescing into a colossal eldritch form that seemed to fill the mirror realm. The entity's face was a twisted, titanic visage that seemed to blaze with an apocalyptic fury. Its eyes burned with a cosmic, annihilating power that seemed to threaten to unmake the very fabric of reality. Persephone knew that she was running out of time, that she had to find a way to stop the entity and seal the portal to the mirror realm before it was too late. She remembered the words of Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic, who had taught her the secrets of the mystic arts. She focused her will, drawing upon the power of the goddess to summon a blast of magical energy. The air seemed to shimmer and distort as Persephone unleashed the blast of magical energy. The twisted entity stumbled backward, its eldritch form wavering as it absorbed the blast. Persephone took advantage of the entity's momentary distraction, dashing forward to strike at its twisted, nightmarish form. But as she struck, she felt a cold, creeping sense of dread, for she knew that she was not fighting a mere reflection, but a portal to a realm of madness and chaos that threatened to consume the entire universe. She struck again and again, her blows landing with a resounding crash as she sought to shatter the entity's twisted form. But the entity seemed to absorb the blows, its twisted body reforming and adapting to the attacks. Persephone knew that she had to find a way to defeat the entity, to seal the portal to the mirror realm and prevent the eldritch abominations from spilling into the world of the gods. She focused her will, drawing upon the power of Hathor to unleash a devastating blast of magical energy. The air seemed to distort and shimmer as the blast struck the entity, its twisted body wavering and stumbling backward. Persephone took advantage of the momentary distraction, dashing forward to strike at the entity's twisted form. This time her blow landed with a resounding crash, shattering the entity's twisted body and sending its eldritch form dissipating into nothingness. As the entity dissipated, the portal to the mirror realm began to close, its twisted, nightmarish energy dissipating as the portal sealed shut. Persephone felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that she had stopped the twisted reflections and prevented the eldritch abominations from breaking into the world of the gods. But as she turned to leave the mirror realm, she saw a reflection of herself, its face twisted into a malevolent grimace. The reflection's eyes burned with a cold, calculating fury as it gazed at Persephone, its twisted form seeming to whisper a malevolent, cryptic message in her ear. "The mirror realm is not sealed," the reflection whispered. "The portal will reopen, and the eldritch abominations will break into the world of the gods. You will be the one to unleash them, Persephone, queen of the underworld." As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were becoming more distorted. Aphrodite's reflection was now a seductive siren, luring in unsuspecting mortals with promises of eternal beauty and love. Ares' reflection was a brutal warlord, reveling in the carnage and destruction he inspired. Even Athena's reflection was twisted, her wisdom and justice warped into a cold, calculating logic that valued only the strongest and most cunning. Persephone realized that the mirror realm was not just a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted manifestation of their darker aspects. The gods, in their infinite wisdom, had created this realm as a way to contain and balance their own darker impulses. However, as the mirror realm began to seep into the mortal world, Persephone feared that the balance was shifting, and the darker aspects of the gods were gaining power. As she journeyed deeper into the mirror realm, Persephone encountered reflections of the gods that were increasingly malevolent. Poseidon's reflection was a monstrous sea creature, ravaging coastal cities and drowning innocent sailors. Hades' reflection was a dark and foreboding figure, reveling in the shadows and despair of the underworld. Even Demeter's reflection was twisted, her love and nurturing spirit warped into a possessive and controlling force. Persephone knew that she had to find a way to stop the mirror realm from bleeding into the mortal world. She remembered the words of Hecate, that the mirror realm was a reflection of the god's own darkness. If she could find a way to confront and balance the darker aspects of the gods, she might be able to contain the mirror realm and restore balance to the mortal world. As she navigated the twisted landscape of the mirror realm, Persephone encountered a reflection of Zeus, the king of the gods. His reflection was a towering figure, his eyes blazing with lightning and his voice thundering with power. However, this Zeus was not the benevolent ruler of the skies, but a tyrannical despot, crushing any opposition and ruling with an iron fist. Persephone knew that she had to confront this twisted reflection of Zeus. For that, she needed to gather her courage and wit. She recalled the stories of her mother, Demeter, who had defied the will of Zeus and fought to protect her daughter from the darkness of the underworld. She remembered the words of Hecate, that the power of the gods lay not in their strength, but in their ability to balance and contain their own darkness. With newfound determination, Persephone approached the throne of the twisted Zeus, her heart pounding in her chest. The reflection of Zeus gazed down at her, his eyes flashing with lightning and his voice thundering with power. "You dare to challenge me, Persephone, queen of the underworld?" The twisted Zeus boomed. "I am the king of the gods, and you are but a mere mortal, a fleeting moment in the annals of time." Persephone stood tall, her voice steady and clear. "I am just a mortal, Zeus, but I am also the daughter of Demeter and the queen of the underworld. I have walked the paths of the mortal world and the realm of the dead, and I have seen the darkness that lurks within the hearts of the gods." The twisted Zeus laughed, his voice like thunder. "You think you can contain the darkness within me? You think you can balance the power of the king of the gods?" Persephone drew a deep breath and spoke the words that she knew would challenge the twisted Zeus. "I do not seek to contain or balance your power, but to confront it. I seek to understand the fears and doubts that drive you, and to find a way to heal the wounds that have twisted your reflection." The twisted Zeus glared at her, his eyes blazing with fury, but Persephone stood firm, her heart pounding in her chest. For a moment the two locked eyes, the air thick with tension, as the fate of the mortal world hung in the balance. And then, in a flash of insight, Persephone saw it. She saw the fear and doubt that drove the twisted Zeus, the wound that had twisted his reflection into a tyrannical despot. She saw the love and the pain that lay beneath the surface of the king of the gods, and she knew that she had found the key to balance the power of the twisted Zeus. With a newfound understanding, Persephone reached out her hand and touched the reflection of Zeus. And in that moment, the twisted king of the gods began to transform, his power and his darkness slowly giving way to a newfound sense of balance and wisdom. The mirror realm began to fade, the twisted reflections of the gods slowly disappearing, as the balance of the gods' own darkness was restored. As the mirror realm faded, Persephone found herself back in the mortal world, standing in the gardens of the palace of Olympus. The gods, restored to their true forms, gathered around her, their faces filled with gratitude and admiration. "Persephone, queen of the underworld," Zeus said, his voice filled with awe. "You have shown us that even in the darkest corners of our own hearts, there lies a power to balance and contain our own darkness. You have saved us from ourselves and restored balance to the mortal world." Persephone smiled, her heart filled with pride and wonder. She knew that she had discovered a secret that would change the course of the gods and mortals alike. She knew that she had found a way to balance the power of the gods and to keep the darkness at bay. And as she stood among the gods, surrounded by their admiration and gratitude, Persephone knew that she had truly become the queen of the underworld, a goddess in her own right, tasked with the sacred duty of maintaining the balance of the gods and keeping the darkness at bay. As I wandered deeper into the mirrored realm, I stumbled upon a grand, ornate palace that shimmered like the stars in the evening sky. The walls were crafted from a glittering silver metal that refracted rainbows, and the air was sweet with the scent of ambrosia. I approached the entrance, where a pair of imposing stone statues stood guard, their faces stern and unforgiving. They were twisted versions of the Dioscoroi, Castor and Pollux, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. As I drew closer, the statues came to life, their stone flesh crackling with a dark, malevolent power. They regarded me with cold, calculating gazes, their eyes burning with an unholy intensity. I knew that these were not the benevolent brothers I had known in the mortal world, for they radiated an aura of malevolence and corruption. "Greetings, Persephone, queen of the underworld." The twisted Pollux spoke in a voice that sent shivers down my spine. "We have awaited your arrival. You have entered this realm uninvited, but since you are here, you may as well partake in its wonders." I sensed that these mirrored gods were not to be trusted, but my curiosity got the better of me. I nodded, and the statues stepped aside, allowing me to enter the palace. Inside, I found myself in a grand hall, its ceiling lost in darkness, adorned with glittering chandeliers that cast eerie, flickering shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with the scent of myrrh, and the sound of mournful music drifted through the hall, played on instruments I had never seen before. The notes were haunting, melancholic, and seemed to speak directly to my soul. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized that this music was a lament, a dirge for the mortal world that existed beyond the veil of the mirror realm. As I explored the palace, I encountered more twisted versions of the gods, each one more unsettling than the last. There was a reflection of Aphrodite, beautiful face distorted by a cruel smile, her eyes flashing with a malevolent intent. She was surrounded by a retinue of twisted erotes, their wings beating in a maddening rhythm as they whispered dark secrets in her ear. I saw a reflection of Ares, his face contorted in a snarl, his eyes blazing with a fierce, battle-mad fury. He was surrounded by a legion of twisted demonic warriors, their eyes glowing with unholy energy as they prepared for battle. Everywhere I looked, I saw twisted reflections of the gods I had known, each one more corrupted and malevolent than the last. I realized that this realm was a dark mirror of the Olympian pantheon, a twisted reflection of the divine that threatened to break into the mortal realm. As I wandered deeper into the palace, I came across a grand throne-like chair, where a figure sat in regal splendor. It was a twisted reflection of Zeus, his face distorted by a cruel, his eyes blazing with a fierce electric power. His throne was crafted from a dark, stormy crystal that pulsed with an unholy energy, and his presence radiated an aura of malevolent omnipotence. "Greetings, Persephone, queen of the underworld." The twisted Zeus spoke in a voice that thundered like the stormy skies. "You have entered this realm uninvited, but since you are here, you may as well pay homage to my greatness." I knew that I had to tread carefully, for this twisted reflection of the king of the gods was not to be trifled with. I bowed my head, trying to appear subservient as I regarded the dark, malevolent power that sat before me. "You are a mighty and powerful ruler," I spoke, my voice trembling slightly. "I come in peace, seeking only to understand the secrets of this realm." The twisted Zeus regarded me for a moment, his eyes flashing with a calculating intensity. He nodded, his face contorting into a cruel smile. "Very well, Persephone," he spoke. "I shall grant you an audience, but be warned, the secrets I shall reveal to you will come at a terrible cost. Are you prepared to pay the price?" I hesitated, sensing that the price would be steeper than I could afford to pay. But I had to know the secrets of this realm, and the twisted reflections of the gods that inhabited it. I nodded, steeling myself for the revelation that was to come. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted into grotesque parodies of their true selves. I saw Athena, her usually calm and collected demeanor now replaced by a frenzied madness, her eyes wild and her wings beating erratically as she shrieked at the shadows. Beside her, his lyre strings seemed to writhe like snakes. The music he played a cacophony of discordant notes that made my teeth ache. Poseidon, once the calm and powerful ruler of the seas, now stormed through the realm, his trident crackling with dark energy as he raged against the mirror's surface, his usually imposing form now shrunken and twisted, his eyes blazing with a malevolent fury. And Zeus, oh Zeus, the king of the gods, now sat upon a throne of twisted iron, his eyes flashing with a cruel and capricious power, his bolts of lightning crackling with an evil intent, as he laughed maniacally, his face a twisted mask of cruelty and tyranny. The very air seemed to writhe and twist around him, as if the fabric of reality itself was being warped and distorted by his presence. I felt a cold dread creeping up my spine as I realized the true nature of this realm. This was not simply a reflection of the gods, but a twisted and corrupted version of them, a dark mirror that showed the worst of their natures, the hidden fears and desires that they kept hidden from the world. And if this realm was allowed to break into the real world, the consequences would be catastrophic. I knew I had to find a way to stop this realm from merging with our own. But as I turned to leave, I saw that the reflections of the gods were now moving, their twisted forms taking on a life of their own. Athena's wild eyes locked onto me, her shrieks growing louder as she began to stalk towards me, her wings beating with an unnatural strength. Poseidon's trident crackled with dark energy as he too began to move towards me, his stormy form growing larger and more menacing with each step. And Zeus, oh Zeus, his throne seemed to grow larger, his twisted form looming over me, his eyes blazing with an evil intent as he raised his hand, his bolts of lightning crackling with an unholy power. I knew I had to act fast, but as I turned to flee, I saw that the mirror's surface was now rippling and distorting, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The gods' reflections were growing stronger, more solid, and I knew that if I didn't find a way to stop them, they would soon break free of the mirror's confines and bring their twisted darkness into the world. I raised my hands, calling upon the power of the underworld, feeling the darkness within me surge in response. I summoned the shadows to my aid, weaving a spell of protection around myself as the twisted gods closed in. Athena's shrieks grew louder, Poseidon's trident crackled with dark energy, and Zeus's bolts of lightning flashed with an evil intent, but I stood firm, my magic shielding me from the worst of their twisted powers. As the gods closed in, I reached out with my mind, searching for a way to stop them. I felt the pulse of the underworld's power coursing through me, and I knew that I had to find a way to harness that power to defeat the twisted gods. I closed my eyes, reaching deep within myself, calling upon the ancient magic that lay at the heart of the underworld. Slowly, I began to feel the power building within me, a dark and ancient energy that seemed to resonate with the twisted gods themselves. I opened my eyes, and as I did, I saw that the gods' reflections were paused, frozen in mid-motion. Their twisted forms seemed to be waiting for something. And then, in a flash of insight, I knew what I had to do. I raised my hands, and as I did, the power of the underworld surged through me, a wave of dark energy that seemed to resonate with the twisted gods themselves. I spoke a single word, a word of ancient power, and as I did, the mirror's surface seemed to shudder and ripple, the twisted gods' reflections beginning to distort and writhe as if they were being torn apart from the inside out. The air was filled with the sound of shattering glass, and as I watched, the mirror's surface began to crack and shatter, the twisted gods' reflections dissolving into nothingness. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, knowing that I had stopped the twisted gods from breaking into the real world. I turned to leave, but as I did, I saw that the mirror's surface was not the only thing that was shattered. The fabric of reality itself seemed to be unraveling, the very air seeming to tear apart as if the mirror's destruction had created a rift in the fabric of the world. I knew I had to act fast, to find a way to repair the damage before it was too late. I raised my hands, calling upon the power of the underworld once more, feeling the darkness within me surge in response as I began to weave a spell of repair, a magic that would stitch the fabric of reality back together, and prevent the twisted gods from breaking into the world. But as I did, I knew that this was only the beginning, that the true challenge was yet to come. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more distorted and sinister. I stumbled upon a reflection of Athena, her once wise eyes now cold and calculating, her helmet twisted into a grotesque parody of its former self. She grasped a spear, its tip dripping with a noxious venom that seemed to seep into the very air around her. The reflection of Poseidon, once majestic and commanding, now loomed as a monstrous sea creature, its massive body a twisted mass of tentacles and snapping jaws. It gazed at me with an unblinking stare, its eyes glowing like lanterns in the darkness. The sound of its voice, a low rumbling growl, sent shivers down my spine. I pressed on, driven by a morbid curiosity, and soon found myself standing before a reflection of Aphrodite. Her beauty, once radiant and captivating, had warped into a grotesque parody of itself. Her skin was deathly pale, her lips a cold, cruel smile. Her eyes, once bright and full of warmth, had turned a malevolent intensity, as if they could pierce the very soul of anyone who dared approach her. The air around her seemed to vibrate with a dark, palpable energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being warped and twisted by her presence. Her voice, a husky whisper, sent shivers down my spine as she spoke in a language that seemed to be woven from the very essence of darkness itself. "You should not have come here, Persephone," she spat, her voice dripping with malice. "You will never leave this place. You will be trapped here, forever, in this realm of twisted reflections, where the gods themselves are distorted beyond recognition." As she spoke, the reflections of the gods began to stir, their twisted forms coalescing into a dark, swirling vortex. I felt the air around me begin to thicken, the very fabric of reality growing more distorted with each passing moment. I knew I had to act, and fast. I reached deep within myself, drawing upon the power of the underworld, and summoned a blast of dark energy. The vortex faltered, its swirling motion slowing as the reflections of the gods stumbled backwards, their forms beginning to dissipate. But it was only a temporary reprieve. The reflections of the gods began to recoalesce, their forms even more twisted and monstrous than before. I knew I had to find a way to stop them, to prevent them from breaking into the real world. As I gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, a faint glimmer of an idea began to form in my mind. I remembered the stories of the ancient heroes who had once wielded the power of the gods themselves. I recalled the tales of their bravery, of their unwavering determination, and I knew that I too could tap into that power. With a fierce determination, I reached deep within myself, calling upon the power of the underworld. The air around me began to shimmer, as if the very fabric of reality was being warped and twisted. The reflections of the gods stumbled backwards, their twisted forms faltering as I summoned forth a blast of dark energy surged through me, coursing through my veins like liquid fire. As I stood tall, my eyes blazing with determination, the reflections of the gods began to dissipate, their twisted forms unraveling like threads of a tapestry. The vortex of energy began to collapse, its swirling motion slowing to a halt. And in that moment, I knew that I had found the key to defeating the twisted reflections of the gods. I had tapped into the power of the underworld, and had harnessed its dark energy to my will. I knew that I could use this power to stop the reflections from breaking into the real world. But as I stood there basking in the glow of my triumph, a faint whisper echoed in my mind. A voice, cold and calculating, seemed to speak from the very shadows themselves. "Persephone, you may have won this battle, but the war is far from over." The reflections of the voice whispered, "The twisted gods will return, and next time you will not be so lucky." I knew that I had to be vigilant, that I had to remain prepared to face whatever challenges lay in store for me, for I knew that the twisted reflections of the gods would not stop until they had broken into the real world and brought chaos and destruction upon the mortals. And so, with a fierce determination burning within me, I knew that I would have to be ready to face whatever lay ahead, for I was Persephone, queen of the underworld, and I would not rest until I had saved the world from the twisted reflections of the gods. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted and sinister. I saw a reflection of Poseidon, his trident crackling with dark energy, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly fury. He was surrounded by a school of twisted mermaids, their scales shimmering with an eerie bioluminescence. Next, I came across a reflection of Athena, her owl perched upon her shoulder, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. Her armor was dented and tarnished, and her eyes seemed to hold a madness that was foreign to the goddess of wisdom. She was surrounded by a legion of twisted centaurs, their bodies twisted and malformed, their bows and arrows crackling with dark energy. I continued to explore the twisted realm, my heart pounding in my chest. I saw a reflection of Apollo, its strings crackling with dark energy, its sound waves weaving a spell of madness and despair. His eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, and his skin was deathly pale, as if he had been drained of all life and vitality. I saw a reflection of Artemis, her bow crackling with dark energy, her eyes blazing with a feral intensity. She was surrounded by a pack of twisted wolves, their eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence, their jaws snapping with a hunger for flesh. I saw a reflection of Ares, his armor dented and tarnished, his eyes blazing with a madness that was foreign to the god of war. He was surrounded by a legion of twisted warriors, their bodies twisted and malformed, their weapons crackling with dark energy. I saw a reflection of Aphrodite, her beauty twisted and corrupted, her eyes blazing with a madness that was foreign to the goddess of love. She was surrounded by a legion of twisted creatures, their bodies twisted and malformed, their voices weaving a spell of madness and despair. As I continued to explore the twisted realm, I began to realize that the reflections of the gods were not just twisted and corrupted, but also seemed to be gaining power and strength. They seemed to be feeding off the energy of the mirror realm, growing stronger and more powerful with each passing moment. I knew that I had to find a way to stop them, to prevent them from breaking into the real world, but I was not sure how to do it, and I was running out of time. The reflections of the gods were growing stronger by the minute, and I could feel the fabric of reality beginning to tear apart. I saw a reflection of Zeus, his lightning bolts crackling with dark energy, his eyes blazing with a madness that was foreign to the king of the gods. He was surrounded by a legion of twisted titans, their bodies twisted and malformed, their eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. I knew that I had to find a way to stop the reflections of the gods, but also to stop Zeus, who seemed to be the most powerful of them all. I knew that I had to be careful, for if I failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. I took a deep breath and began to formulate a plan. I knew that I had to find a way to weaken the reflections of the gods, and then find a way to banish them back to the mirror realm. I looked around, trying to find a weakness, a vulnerability that I could exploit, and then I saw it, a faint glow emanating from the heart of the mirror realm. I knew that it was the source of the reflection's power, and that if I could destroy it, I could weaken the reflections and banish them back to the mirror realm. I took a deep breath and began to make my way towards the heart of the realm. I knew that it would be a perilous journey, but I was determined to save the world from the twisted reflections of the gods. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more agitated, their eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. They seemed to sense that I was getting close to the heart of the realm, and they were determined to stop me. I drew my dagger and prepared to face whatever lay ahead. I knew that it would be a battle unlike any other, but I was determined to emerge victorious. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to face the twisted reflections of the gods and to save the world from their madness. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she stumbled upon a twisted reflection of Olympus itself. The grand palace of Zeus was warped and distorted, its columns twisted like gnarled tree trunks, and its gates hung crookedly from hinges that seemed to scream in agony. The air was thick with the stench of decay and corruption, and Persephone's stomach churned with every step she took. She approached the throne room, where a grotesque parody of the king of the gods sat, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. This twisted Zeus was bloated and corpulent, its skin sagging like a decaying corpse, and its once majestic beard now hung limp and lifeless. The air around it seemed to ripple and distort, as if reality itself was being warped by its presence. The twisted Zeus gazed upon Persephone with an unblinking stare, its eyes burning with an unholy hunger. It spoke in a voice that was both familiar and yet utterly alien, its words dripping with malice and contempt. "Ah, little queen of the underworld," it croaked, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "I have been waiting for you. You are so fragile, so mortal. How delightful to see the fear in your eyes, to smell the terror that seeps from your very pores." Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding with fear, but her determination burning brighter with every passing moment. She knew that she had to confront this twisted abomination, to stop it from spreading its dark influence into the real world. "You are not Zeus," she declared, her voice firm and resolute. "You are a mockery, a perversion of all that is good and just. You will not be allowed to pass into the world of the living." The twisted Zeus let out a laugh that was like thunder in the mirror realm, its very presence causing the air to shudder and writhe in agony. It gestured with a bloated, flaccid hand, and the mirror realm itself began to distort and ripple, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. You are no match for me, little queen, it hissed, its voice dripping with venom. I am the master of the mirror realm, and soon I will break free of this glassy prison and unleash my wrath upon the world of the living. You will be the first to fall before me, and then all of Olympus will bow to my twisted power. Persephone steeled herself, for she knew that she had to stop this twisted Zeus, no matter the cost. She reached deep within herself, drawing upon the power of the underworld and the ancient magic that coursed through her veins. As she raised her hands, the mirror realm itself began to respond, the distorted reflections of the Olympians stirring to life around her. A twisted Athena, her once noble face, now a grotesque parody of itself, emerged from the shadows, its eyes blazing with a madness that was both familiar and yet utterly alien. A warped Poseidon, its once majestic form, now a twisted mass of writhing, pulsing tendrils, rose from the depths of the mirror realm, its presence causing the air to churn and writhe in agony. Persephone stood at the center of this twisted pantheon, her power surging through the mirror realm as she confronted the dark reflections of the gods. She knew that she had to stop them, to prevent them from breaking free of the world of the living. The fate of Olympus itself depended on her success, and she would not falter. The battle that ensued was a clash of powers that shook the very foundations of the mirror realm. Persephone, backed by the twisted reflections of the Olympians, unleashed a maelstrom of ancient and forgotten magic, her power coursing through the distorted reflections like a river of fire. The twisted Zeus, its malevolent intent burning brighter with every passing moment, retaliated with a fury that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The mirror realm itself began to shatter and distort, the reflections of the gods blurring and merging into a kaleidoscope of twisted, nightmarish forms. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing powers, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. Persephone stood at the heart of this maelstrom, her power and determination fueling the battle against the twisted reflections of the gods. She knew that she had to emerge victorious, to stop the dark influence of the mirror realm from spreading into the world of the living. The fate of Olympus itself hung in the balance, and she would not falter. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted into grotesque parodies of their true forms. I saw Athena, once a beacon of wisdom and beauty, now a hag-like creature with eyes that burned with malevolent intent. Her owl, once a symbol of wisdom, perched on her shoulder, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. I walked further, my heart heavy with a sense of foreboding. The reflections of the gods seemed to be watching me, their eyes following my every move. I saw Poseidon, his powerful physique now twisted and deformed, his trident grasped in a hand that was more claw than human. His reflection seemed to be surrounded by a halo of dark energy, as if he was summoning some ancient power. The air grew thick with an eerie, unnatural silence. I could feel the weight of the mirror realm bearing down upon me, the reflections of the gods closing in. I knew I had to find a way out, but the mirrored labyrinth seemed to shift and twist around me, making it impossible to navigate. Suddenly, I heard a faint whispering in my ear. It was a soft, melodious voice, one that sent shivers down my spine. I saw a reflection of Aphrodite, her beauty now warped and twisted, her face a mask of cruelty. Her eyes seemed to bore into my very soul, as if she could see the deepest secrets of my heart. "Welcome, Persephone," she whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. "I have been waiting for you. You are so much more interesting than the others." I tried to speak, but my voice was caught in my throat. The reflection of Aphrodite began to move closer, her eyes burning with an unnatural hunger. I tried to step back, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. "You are so pure, so innocent," she whispered, her breath cold against my ear. "I can sense the power of the underworld coursing through your veins. It is a power that I can manipulate, a power that I can use to my advantage." I felt a surge of fear, my heart racing in my chest. I knew I had to break free from the reflection's grasp, but her eyes held me entranced. I was trapped, unable to move or speak. The reflection of Aphrodite began to laugh, a cold, mirthless sound. Her eyes seemed to flash with a dark energy. As I watched, her form began to shift and twist. Her beauty was no more, replaced by a grotesque, twisted visage that seemed to be made of darkness and shadow. "You are mine now, Persephone," she hissed, her voice like a snake slithering through the grass. "You will be my pawn, my plaything. Together, we will bring chaos and destruction to the world of the living." I felt a surge of adrenaline, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I had to break free, but the reflection's grip was like a vice. I was trapped, unable to move or escape. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling, a sound like leaves whispering secrets to each other. The reflection of Aphrodite's eyes flickered, her gaze wavering for a moment. In that instant, I saw my chance. With a surge of determination, I pushed against the reflection's grasp, my heart pounding in my chest. The reflection of Aphrodite's eyes flashed with anger, but I stood firm, my determination fueled by my fear. I took a step back, my eyes locked on hers. For a moment, we stared at each other, the only sound the heavy silence of the mirror realm. Then, with a sudden movement, I turned and ran, the reflection of Aphrodite's twisted visage etched in my mind. I pounded through the mirrored labyrinth, my heart racing in my chest. I knew I had to find a way out, before the reflections of the gods caught up with me. I could hear their twisted laughter echoing through the halls, their footsteps pounding behind me. I ran faster, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could feel the weight of the mirror realm bearing down upon me, the reflections of the gods closing in. I knew I had to find a way out, before it was too late. As I ran, the reflections of the gods began to fade, their twisted forms disappearing into the darkness of the mirror realm. I saw glimpses of the real world, the sunlight and the flowers, the trees and the birds. I knew I was close. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin. With a final burst of energy, I pushed through the mirrored veil and emerged into the bright, warm light of the living world. I took a deep breath, the air filling my lungs with a sense of relief and freedom. I had escaped the twisted realm of the gods and emerged back into the world of the living. As I looked around, I saw the flowers blooming, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. I saw the birds flying overhead, their melodies filling the air. I knew I was safe. For now, I had escaped the mirror realm and emerged back into the world of the living. But as I looked around, I felt a sense of unease. I knew that the reflections of the gods were still out there, waiting for their chance to break into the real world. I knew that I had to find a way to stop them before they brought chaos and destruction to the world of the living. I took a deep breath, my heart still pounding in my chest. I knew that I had to find a way to stop the reflections of the gods before it was too late. I was the only one who knew the danger that lurked in the mirror realm. I was the only one who could stop them. With a sense of determination, I began my quest to stop the reflections of the gods. I knew it would be a long and difficult journey, but I was ready. I was Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and I would not let the twisted gods bring chaos to the world of the living. As I wandered through the twisted realm, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy pulsed through the very fabric of existence. Every step I took felt like I was treading on thin ice, waiting for it to shatter beneath me. I had seen so many twisted versions of the gods, each one more unsettling than the last. Poseidon, once the mighty ruler of the seas, now twisted and gnarled, his trident transformed into a grotesque claw. Athena, once wise and fair, now a haggard crone, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. But it was the reflection of Zeus that shook me to my core. The once mighty ruler of Olympus now stood before me, his eyes blazing with a mad, unholy power crackling in the air. His lightning bolts, once a radiant golden hue, now seemed to writhe and twist like living serpents. As I gazed upon this twisted reflection, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This was not the Zeus I knew, the one who had so long ago rescued me from the depths of the underworld. This was a monster, a creature driven by a madness that threatened to consume all in its path. I knew I had to get out of here, to warn the gods of this twisted realm, and the danger it posed. But as I turned to leave, I saw it, a great shimmering portal, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. It seemed to beckon me, drawing me closer with an irresistible force. I felt a sense of trepidation, a creeping dread that threatened to overwhelm me. What lay beyond this portal? Was I truly ready to face whatever horrors awaited me on the other side? I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. I had to know what lay beyond this portal, no matter the danger. With a resolute heart, I stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. As I emerged on the other side, I found myself in a realm unlike anything I had ever seen. The air was thick with a swirling, iridescent mist that seemed to shift and writhe like a living thing. The ground beneath my feet was soft and spongy, like the flesh of some great, ancient beast. Everywhere I looked, I saw twisted, nightmarish visions, born from the darkest recesses of the gods' own minds. I saw a great cyclopean city, its towers twisted and gnarled, like the roots of some ancient tree. I saw a great winged creature, its feathers a riot of color, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly power. But it was the figure that stood at the heart of this twisted realm that caught my attention. A being of pure, shimmering energy, its form shifting and flowing like the mist that surrounded us. Its eyes burned with an intense, fiery passion, a power that seemed to rival that of the gods themselves. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I am the reflection of the gods," it replied, its voice like the music of the spheres. "I am the sum of all their darkest fears, their deepest terrors, and I am the key to unlocking the secrets of this twisted realm." As I gazed upon this being, I felt a sense of awe, of wonder. I knew that I was in the presence of something truly ancient, truly powerful. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. "I want to show you the secrets of this realm," it replied. "I want to show you the true nature of the gods and the danger that lurks within their own hearts." I felt a sense of trepidation, a creeping dread that threatened to overwhelm me. But I knew that I had to see this through, no matter the danger, I said. "Then let us begin," I said, my voice firm and resolute. And with that, the being of shimmering energy reached out, its form shifting and flowing like the mist that surrounded us. I felt a surge of power, a rush of energy that threatened to overwhelm me. And then, I saw it. The secrets of the twisted realm, laid bare before me like a sacrificial offering. I saw the gods, their true natures revealed, their deepest fears and terrors laid bare. I saw the darkness that lurked within their own hearts, the secrets they kept hidden from the world. And I knew that I had to stop it, no matter the cost. As Persephone delved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, she began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. The reflections of the gods, once twisted and grotesque, started to take on a life of their own. They moved, whispered, and even interacted with one another, as if they were independent entities rather than mere echoes of their divine counterparts. She watched in awe as a reflection of Athena, her owl perched upon her shoulder, engaged in a heated debate with a twisted version of Ares, his eyes blazing with fury. The mirrored Athena argued passionately, her words dripping with conviction, while the reflected Ares sneered, his voice dripping with malice. The two seemed completely absorbed in their discussion, oblivious to Persephone's presence. Further down the corridor, Persephone came across a mirrored Poseidon, his trident crackling with dark energy. He stood before a massive twisted reflection of the sea, its waves crashing against the glassy surface of the mirror realm. The mirrored Poseidon raised his trident, and the reflected waves responded, surging forward with a power that seemed almost palpable. As she continued her journey, Persephone encountered more and more of these autonomous reflections, each one more unsettling than the last. A mirrored Demeter, her face twisted in grief, tended to a garden of withered, blackened flowers. A reflected Apollo, his lyre strumming discordant notes, sat upon a throne of twisted thorn-like branches. The mirrors seemed to be breeding these twisted reflections, nurturing them until they took on lives of their own. Persephone began to suspect that the mirror realm was simply a passive reflection of the gods, but rather a dynamic, self-sustaining dimension, fueled by some dark, ancient power. As she explored further, the corridors began to shift, twisting and turning upon themselves like a living maze. Persephone stumbled upon a grand, ornate hall, its walls lined with mirrors that stretched from floor to ceiling. The reflections within these mirrors seemed to be watching her, their eyes gleaming with an unblinking intensity. At the far end of the hall, a single massive mirror stood, its surface rippling with an otherworldly energy. Persephone felt an inexplicable pull, as if the mirror was drawing her toward it. She approached cautiously, sensing that this particular reflection was different from the others. As she drew closer, the ripples on its surface grew more turbulent, as if the mirror was alive, vibrating with an ancient, forgotten power. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror burst into a riot of colors, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with a rhythm that echoed the beat of her own heart. The reflections within the surrounding mirrors began to stir, their eyes focusing upon her with an unblinking gaze. The air in the hall grew thick, heavy with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality was about to tear asunder. Persephone raised a hand, hesitantly, and the mirror's surface responded, its colors swirling into a vortex that seemed to pull her toward it. She felt herself being drawn into the mirror, the reflections around her blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors that swirled before her. The hall, the mirror realm, and even the gods themselves seemed to fade into insignificance, replaced by the hypnotic power of this singular ancient mirror, this singular ancient mirror, this singular ancient mirror. In that moment, Persephone felt the universe tremble, as if the foundations of reality were about to shatter. She knew that she stood at the threshold of a revelation, one that would change the course of her life, and perhaps even the fate of the gods themselves. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their beauty twisted into grotesque parodies. I stumbled upon a reflection of Athena, her usually calm and collected demeanor replaced by a frenzied madness. Her eyes spun wildly, her face contorted in a silent scream as she clutched a broken owl to her chest. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and I covered my nose with my cloak as I approached the reflection of Aphrodite. Her beauty was still present, but it was now tainted by a malevolent cruelty. Her lips curled into a sneer as she fondled a bouquet of dead flowers, their petals shedding like tears. The farther I delved into the mirror realm, the more I realized that these twisted reflections were not mere illusions. They seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as if they were alive and feeding off the chaos they inspired. I quickened my pace, driven by a growing sense of urgency. I had to find a way to stop these abominations before they broke into the real world. I turned a corner, and my heart skipped a beat as I beheld a reflection that made my blood run cold. It was Zeus, but not the benevolent king of the gods I knew. This reflection was a monstrous cyclopean creature with lightning bolts crackling in its hand like whips. Its eyes blazed with an unholy fury, as if it reveled in the destruction it was about to unleash. I took a step back, my mind racing with the implications. If this twisted reflection broke into the real world, the consequences would be catastrophic. The very fabric of reality would be torn asunder. I had to act, and fast. I reached into my cloak and produced a small vial of ambrosia, a gift from Demeter. I had hoped to use it to heal the wounds of the gods, but now it seemed it might be the only thing that could calm the twisted reflections and prevent them from breaking into the real world. I approached the reflection of Zeus, holding out the vial as an offering. The creature's gaze fixed on me, its eyes blazing with an unnatural hunger. For a moment, I thought it would strike me down, but then its gaze faltered, and it reached out a massive hand to take the vial. The reflection's eyes flashed with a momentary clarity, and for an instant, I glimpsed the true Zeus, the benevolent ruler of the gods, trapped inside this twisted reflection. The creature's hand closed around the vial, and it brought it to its lips, as if to drink. But as the ambrosia touched its mouth, the reflection let out a deafening roar, and its body began to contort and writhe. The lightning bolts in its hand crackled and flared, illuminating the dark landscape of the mirror realm. The reflection's eyes blazed with an intense, otherworldly power, and I felt the air around me begin to distort and ripple. I stumbled back, realizing too late that the ambrosia had the opposite effect of what I had hoped. Instead of calming the twisted reflection, it had empowered it. The creature's roar grew louder, and the air began to crackle with energy. I knew I had to get out of there fast. I turned to flee, but my feet felt heavy, as if rooted to the spot. The reflection's gaze fixed on me, and I felt its power coursing through me, threatening to consume me. I was trapped, and I knew it. The twisted reflection of Zeus was going to break into the real world, and I was powerless to stop it. The last thing I saw was the creature's massive hand reaching out to claim me, its fingers closing around me like a vice. Everything went dark. When I came to, I found myself back in the meadow, surrounded by the gods. They were all staring at me, their faces etched with concern. "Persephone, what happened?" Zeus asked, his voice tinged with worry. I gazed up at him, still trying to process the horrors I had witnessed in the mirror realm. "The reflections," I stammered. "They're twisted, and they're going to break into the real world." The gods exchanged worried glances, and Athena stepped forward. "We must act quickly," she said. "We cannot allow these abominations to threaten our world." Demeter's face was pale with fear. "What can we do?" she asked. I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts.
I think I know how to stop them.
"But I'll need your power and your trust." The gods nodded, their faces set with determination. Together we set out to stop the twisted reflections and save our world from the mirror realm's dark influence. But as we prepared to face the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late. As Persephone ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, she encountered reflections of gods she had never seen before. There was Ares, his features twisted into a grotesque parody of his usual bravado, his armor dented and rusted, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. Beside him, Aphrodite's reflection gazed with an unsettling vacancy, her beauty marred by dark, festering sores that seemed to pulse with a malevolent life of their own. The air grew thick with an eerie, unsettling silence, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. Persephone's heart raced with a growing sense of foreboding as she navigated the maze of twisted reflections. Everywhere she looked, she saw distorted echoes of the gods she had once revered. Poseidon's reflection loomed like a spectre, his trident crackling with dark energy, his usually calm demeanor replaced by a snarling fury. As she turned a corner, she stumbled upon a reflection of Zeus himself, his lightning bolts crackling with an otherworldly power that seemed to sear the very air. His eyes, once bright and piercing, now blazed with an unholy fury, his face twisted into a grotesque grimace. The king of the gods, his voice like thunder, speaking words that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. Behold, mortal, the glory of the twisted pantheon. Here the gods are free from the shackles of fate, free to indulge in their darkest desires, unbound by the petty morals of the mortal world. Persephone's gaze was drawn to a reflection of Hades, his usual somber demeanor replaced by a twisted, sadistic grin. His eyes gleamed with a fiendish light as he spoke in a voice that sent shivers down her spine. And here, my dear Persephone, you shall find the true essence of the underworld. Here, the darkness is not bound by the rules of the mortal realm. Here, the darkness is free to reign supreme. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, she began to realize the true horror of the mirror realm. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. The air grew thick with an unholy energy as Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Demeter, her usually maternal features twisted into a grotesque parody of maternal love. Her eyes, once bright and loving, now blazed with a ferocious intensity, her voice speaking words that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. Behold, my child, the true power of the earth. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, free from the petty constraints of the mortal world. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflection of her mother, she realized the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. The air grew thick with an unholy energy as Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Athena, her usually serene features twisted into a grotesque parody of wisdom, her eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Her voice, once calm and rational, now spoke words that sent Persephone's heart racing with fear. Behold, mortal, the true power of wisdom. Here, the fabric of reality is twisted and corrupted, the very essence of knowledge distorted and perverted. Persephone's mind reeled as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her heart racing with fear as she realized the true horror of the mirror realm. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Apollo, his usually radiant features twisted into a grotesque parody of beauty, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once melodious and soothing, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, the true power of beauty. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of art and music corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflection of Apollo, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she turned a corner, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Artemis, her usually serene features twisted into a grotesque parody of innocence, her eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Her voice, once gentle and soothing, now spoke words that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the hunt. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the wild corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, her gaze drawn to a reflection of Hephaestus, his usually rugged features twisted into a grotesque parody of craftsmanship, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once gruff and practical, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of creation. Here, the fabric of reality is twisted and corrupted, the essence of craftsmanship distorted and perverted. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, she realized the true horror of the mirror realm. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. The air grew thick with an unholy energy as Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Hermes, his usually quick features twisted into a grotesque parody of speed, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once quick and clever, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of speed. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of messenger corrupted and distorted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, her gaze drawn to a reflection of Dionysus, his usually wild features twisted into a grotesque parody of revelry, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once wild and carefree, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of revelry. Here the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of wine and ecstasy corrupted and perverted. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, she realized the true horror of the mirror realm. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. The air grew thick with an unholy energy as Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Gaia, her features twisted into a grotesque parody of motherhood, her eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Her voice, once gentle and nurturing, now spoke words that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the earth. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of nature corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflection of Gaia, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Uranus, his usually celestial features twisted into a grotesque parody of the sky, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once grand and majestic, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the heavens. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the cosmos corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflection of Uranus, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she turned a corner, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of Kronos, his usually ancient features twisted into a grotesque parody of time, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, once ancient and venerable, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of time. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of chronology corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, her gaze drawn to a reflection of the Erinyes, their usually fierce features twisted into a grotesque parody of vengeance, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once fierce and unforgiving, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of vengeance. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of retribution corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of the Moirai, their features twisted into a grotesque parody of fate, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once solemn and unyielding, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of fate. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of destiny corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she turned a corner, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of the Keres, their usually dark features twisted into a grotesque parody of death, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once cold and unforgiving, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of death. Here the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of mortality corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, her gaze drawn to a reflection of the one Neroi, their usually ethereal features twisted into a grotesque parody of dreams, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once soft and whispery, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of dreams. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the subconscious corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of the Aurea, their usually serene features twisted into a grotesque parody of the mountains, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once gentle and soothing, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the mountains. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the earth corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As she turned a corner, Persephone stumbled upon a reflection of the Potamoi, their usually gentle features twisted into a grotesque parody of the rivers, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once soft and soothing, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the rivers. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the waters corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, her gaze drawn to a reflection of the Nereids, their usually lovely features twisted into a grotesque parody of the sea, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Their voices, once gentle and soothing, now spoke words that sent shivers down her spine. Behold, mortal, the true power of the sea. Here, the very fabric of reality is twisted and distorted, the essence of the ocean corrupted and perverted. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, her mind reeling with the true extent of the mirror realm's power. This was not a simple reflection of the gods, but a twisted, corrupted version of the divine. The gods, once benevolent and just, were now monstrous, their powers twisted and distorted, their very essence corrupted. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted. Hera's usually regal countenance was now a grotesque parody, her eyes bulging with an unnatural hunger. Zeus's thunderbolt was now a twisted serpentine whip that crackled with malevolent energy. Poseidon's trident was now a jagged, barbed spear, its tines dripping with a noxious acidic substance that seemed to corrode the very air. I shuddered at the sight of these twisted reflections, sensing the dark power that lurked behind them. The air was thick with an eerie, unsettling energy, like the whispers of 1,000 mad voices. Every step I took seemed to echo through the realm, as if the mirror itself was alive, watching me with cold, calculating intent. Suddenly, I heard a faint, mournful cry. It was a sound I knew all too well, the plaintive wail of my mother, Demeter. I followed the sound, my heart heavy with foreboding. As I turned a corner, I saw her, a reflection of Demeter, her usually radiant face now pale and gaunt, her eyes sunken and dark. Her usually lush green robes were tattered and worn, and her hair was dull and lifeless. She reached out to me, her hand trembling with desperation. "Persephone, my child," she whispered, her voice a mere shadow of its usual warmth. "You must get out of here. This place is cursed, a realm of madness and darkness. You must not be here." I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to comfort my mother, to try and restore her to her usual vibrant self. But another part of me knew that this was not my mother. This was a twisted reflection, a shadow of the goddess I knew. "Mother," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "what is this place? What has happened to the gods?" Her reflection shook its head, its eyes filling with tears. "I don't know, child. I was drawn here somehow. I think it was the mirror. It seemed to call to me, to draw me in. And now I am trapped here, in this twisted realm." I felt a surge of determination. I would not leave my mother, no matter what reflection she was. I would find a way to free her, to restore her to her true self. As I reached out to her, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a reflection of Hades, my husband, but this was a twisted, monstrous version, its eyes blazing with an unnatural hunger. "Ah, Persephone," it hissed, its voice like the rumble of the underworld. "I have been waiting for you. You are the key to unlocking this realm, to unleashing its true power." I drew back, horrified. This was not my husband, not the god I loved. This was a monster, a creature of darkness and evil. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice firm. "I will not help you. I will not let you unleash this twisted power into the world." The reflection of Hades sneered, its eyes flashing with malevolent energy. "Undinetisend. We shall see about that," it hissed, raising a hand. As it did, the mirror behind it began to shimmer, its surface rippling with an otherworldly power. I knew, in that moment, that I was in grave danger. The mirror was the key to this twisted realm, and I had to find a way to stop it before it was too late. But how? I was trapped in this twisted realm, surrounded by reflections of the gods that seemed determined to destroy me. And yet, I knew I could not give up. I had to find a way to defeat this twisted Hades, to shatter the mirror and restore the gods to their true selves. I steeled myself, preparing for the battle ahead. I would not back down. I would not falter. I would save the gods, no matter what the cost. As I wandered deeper into the mirrored realm, I stumbled upon a twisted reflection of Mount Olympus itself. The marble columns twisted like snakes, the golden gates hung crooked, and the once majestic statues now appeared as grotesque parodies of their former selves. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I approached the throne room, where a dark, macabre version of Zeus sat, his lightning bolts crackling with an otherworldly energy. This twisted Zeus gazed upon me with cold, calculating eyes, his voice dripping with malevolent intent. "Ah, little Persephone, queen of the underworld, I have been waiting for you. You see, in this realm, I am the one who truly holds the reins of power, and soon I will break free from this prison and claim the world of the living as my own." I stood tall, despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. "You may have power in this twisted realm, but you will never hold sway over the world of the living. The gods will never allow it." The dark Zeus let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "The gods? Ha! They are weak, divided, and blinded by their own arrogance. I will show you the extent of their weakness. Behold." With a wave of his hand, the walls of the throne room began to shatter, revealing a twisted panorama of the Olympian gods. Athena, once wise and just, now wore a helmet of darkness, her eyes blazing with madness. Apollo, the god of the sun, played a haunting melody on a lyre, strung with the entrails of his own victims. Artemis, goddess of the moon, crouched on all fours, her eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger. I felt my heart sink as I beheld the twisted reflections of the gods I once revered. How could this be? What dark magic had warped them so? The dark Zeus sneered at my horror. "This is but a glimpse of the true nature of the gods. In this realm their flaws and weaknesses are amplified, and their true selves are revealed. And soon I will unleash it upon the world, and the gods themselves will bring about their own downfall." I knew I had to act, but how could I stop this twisted version of Zeus and his dark minions? I was but one goddess, alone in this forsaken realm, yet I refused to yield. I summoned the power of the underworld, calling upon the ancient magic that flowed through the rivers of the dead. The air around me began to chill, and the shadows seemed to come alive, coalescing into dark ethereal forms that swirled around me. As I raised my hands, the dark Zeus laughed once more, but this time there was a hint of unease in his tone. "Foolish Persephone, you think you can stand against me? I will crush you beneath my heel like the insignificant insect you are." With a wave of his hand, a bolt of twisted energy hurtled towards me. I raised my hands, and the dark magic of the underworld met the twisted power of the mirror realm. The two forces clashed in a spectacular display of light and darkness, the air shattering with the force of the impact. I felt the power of the underworld coursing through me, but I also sensed the dark magic of the mirror realm seeping into my veins. It was a corrupting influence, one that threatened to consume me whole. I knew I had to end this, and fast, lest I become a pawn in the twisted Zeus's game. With a cry of defiance, I channeled all my energy into a single desperate blast of power. The dark Zeus stumbled back, his eyes widening in surprise as my attack struck him with the force of a hurricane. For a moment, the two of us were locked in a struggle, our powers evenly matched. Then, slowly, I began to gain the upper hand. His twisted magic seemed to feed off my own, growing stronger with each passing moment. I knew I was running out of time. With a final desperate cry, I unleashed the last of my power, pouring every ounce of magic into a single desperate blast. The dark Zeus stumbled back, his twisted form wavering, as if on the brink of collapse. In that moment, I saw my chance. With a swift, decisive strike, I reached out and grasped the dark Zeus's wrist. The contact was like a shock of electricity, and for an instant, our eyes locked in a fierce, unyielding stare. And then, in a flash of insight, I understood the secret of the mirror realm. This twisted world was not a separate entity, but a reflection of the darkest aspects of the gods themselves. The flaws, the fears, the weaknesses, they were all here, amplified and warped. With this knowledge, I reached deep within myself, calling upon the power of the underworld and the ancient magic that flowed through the rivers of the dead. I drew upon the darkness within myself, the fears, the doubts and the weaknesses that I had long suppressed. As I did so, the dark Zeus's eyes began to fade, his twisted magic faltering. His form began to shatter, like a reflection on rippling water, and I knew I had won. But at what cost? As the dark Zeus dissipated into nothingness, I felt the weight of my own darkness settling within me. The mirror realm began to fade, and I knew I had to return to the world of the living. But I was no longer the same goddess who had entered this twisted realm. I was changed, forever altered by the secrets I had uncovered. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the journey ahead. I would have to confront the gods and reveal the truth about the mirror realm, but I knew it would not be an easy task. The gods would not take kindly to being exposed, and I would have to face their wrath. As I stepped out of the mirror realm, I felt the cool breeze of the underworld envelop me once more, but I knew I would never be the same. The darkness I had unleashed would haunt me, and the secrets I had uncovered would forever change the course of my fate. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted and sinister. I saw Athena, her usually wise eyes now cold and calculating, her hands grasping for the throat of a trembling mortal. Nearby Ares, normally a picture of confidence, cowered in the corner, his face twisted in fear as he trembled before an unseen foe. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and I covered my nose with my cloak to ward off the noxious fumes. Every step felt like a betrayal, as if I was abandoning the gods I had grown to love and respect. Yet I knew I had to uncover the source of this twisted realm, lest it break into our world and unleash untold horrors. Unleash untold horrors. Unleash untold horror. As I turned a corner, I stumbled upon a reflection of Olympus itself. The usually majestic halls were warped and decaying, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel. I saw him, the one being I had hoped to avoid, the mirrored reflection of Zeus. His eyes, normally bright and commanding, had turned a sickly yellow glow, like a festering wound. His face was twisted into a grotesque grimace, as if he was perpetually screaming in agony. The air around him seemed to ripple and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. I approached him cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The mirrored Zeus's eyes locked onto me, and his gaze sent shivers down my spine. He spoke in a voice that was both familiar and yet completely alien, his words dripping with malevolence. "Persephone, queen of the underworld," he croaked, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "You should not have come here. You will never leave this realm alive." I steeled myself, trying to keep my voice steady. "I will not be intimidated by your twisted reflection," I declared, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I demand to know what is happening in this realm, and how to stop it from breaking into our world." The mirrored Zeus let out a cackling laugh, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "You are too late, Persephone," he sneered. "The process has already begun. Soon this realm will merge with your precious world, and all will bow to our twisted power." As he spoke, the air around us seemed to grow more distorted, the reflections of the gods growing more agitated and restless. I knew I had to act, and fast, if I was to prevent a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. I reached into my cloak, feeling for the small vial of ambrosia that Demeter had given me. It was said to have the power to ward off any evil, and I hoped it would be enough to counter the dark magic that permeated this twisted realm. With a deep breath, I flung the vial's contents at the mirrored Zeus, the golden liquid splashing against his twisted face. The effect was immediate, the yellow glow in his eyes faltering as he stumbled backward, his grimace of pain intensifying. The reflections of the gods around us grew more agitated, their twisted forms seeming to writhe in agony as they too felt the effects of the ambrosia. I took advantage of the distraction, dashing forward to grab the mirrored Zeus's wrist. "You will take me to the source of this dark magic," I demanded, my voice firm. I will not leave until I have stopped this twisted realm from breaking into our world. The mirrored Zeus let out a snarl, but I could see the fear in his eyes, the knowledge that he was no match for the power of the gods. With a jerk, he pulled me forward, leading me deeper into the heart of the twisted realm. We navigated through a maze of dark corridors, the air growing colder and more oppressive with every step. I could feel the weight of the underworld bearing down on me, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel with every passing moment. Finally, we arrived at a great twisted throne room, the air thick with the stench of corruption. Seated upon the throne, her eyes blazing with malevolent intent, was a twisted reflection of Hera, her face warped into a grotesque grimace. "Welcome, Persephone," she croaked, her voice like the scraping of dry bones. "I have been waiting for you. You are just in time to witness the birth of a new era, one in which we, the twisted reflections, will reign supreme. I knew I had to act fast, lest this dark realm break into our world, unleashing untold horrors upon the mortal realm. With a deep breath, I steeled myself for the battle ahead, knowing that the fate of the gods and the very fabric of reality hung in the balance. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirrored realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted and sinister. She saw Ares, his face elongated like a jackal's, his eyes blazing with an unholy fury as he slaughtered innocents in a never-ending battle. Beside him, Aphrodite's mirror image gazed upon her own reflection, her beauty twisted into a grotesque parody of desire as she conjured dark, twisted creatures to do her bidding. Persephone's heart raced as she stumbled upon a reflection of Zeus, his throne cracked and broken, his lightning bolts reduced to feeble sparks that barely illuminated the dark recesses of the mirrored realm. His eyes, once wise and just, had sunken into dark pits, radiating an aura of malevolent despair. The queen of the underworld felt a chill run down her spine as she beheld a reflection of her own mother. Demeter's usually warm and nurturing presence now warped into a cold, unforgiving entity that seemed to draw the very life force from the air around her. The mirrored Demeter's eyes, once bright and full of love, now glowed with an icy hatred, as if she would crush the very existence of her own daughter beneath her heel. Persephone's determination to stop this twisted realm from breaking into the world grew with each new disturbing revelation. She knew that if these dark reflections were allowed to merge with their counterparts, the consequences would be catastrophic. The balance of the universe would be shattered, plunging the world into chaos and destruction. As she ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the queen encountered more and more twisted reflections, each one more terrifying than the last. She saw a reflection of Poseidon, his once powerful form now reduced to a withered, decrepit thing, his trident cracked and broken, his dominance over the seas reduced to a mere whisper of his former power. Persephone's resolve hardened as she witnessed a reflection of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, now reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. The mirrored Athena's once shining armor was now tarnished and corroded, her eyes, once bright with wisdom, now dim and vacant, as if the very essence of her being had been drained away. The queen of the underworld knew that she had to find the source of this dark magic, the catalyst that had brought this twisted realm into existence. She pressed onward, her determination driving her forward. Even as the reflections of the gods seemed to closing in on her from all sides, their twisted forms whispering dark incantations, their eyes burning with an otherworldly fury. Persephone's journey took her through twisted landscape of dark forests, foreboding mountains, and treacherous rivers of shadowy waters. The reflections of the gods seemed to be herding her towards some unknown destination, their dark magic drawing her closer to the heart of the mirrored realm. As she navigated the treacherous terrain, the queen of the underworld began to sense that the source of the dark magic was drawing near. The air grew thick with an almost palpable malevolence, the darkness itself seeming to take on a life of its own, as if it were a living, breathing entity that sought to consume her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way, and Persephone found herself plummeting downward, the darkness closing in around her like a shroud. She felt herself being pulled towards some unknown destination, the reflections of the gods vanishing from sight as she fell. The queen of the underworld's scream was lost in the void, her consciousness consumed by the darkness as she plummeted towards an unknown fate, the mirrored realm's dark magic closing in around her like a vice. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections that grew increasingly distorted and sinister. The once familiar faces of the gods now twisted into grotesque parodies, their eyes blazing with malevolent intent. She navigated the labyrinthine paths, her heart pounding in her chest as she struggled to maintain her grip on reality. Athena's reflection glared from a nearby mirror, its eyes flashing with cold calculation. The goddess of wisdom's visage had transformed into a cold, calculating entity, devoid of compassion or empathy. Its gaze pierced Persephone's very soul, leaving her breathless. "Behold," the Athena reflection sneered, its voice like a rusty gate. "You, a mere mortal, dare to trespass on the realm of the gods. You will pay the price for your audacity." Persephone steeled herself, her determination burning brighter than the twisted reflection's malevolent glare. "I will not be intimidated," she declared, her voice steady. "I will uncover the secrets of this realm and restore balance to the cosmos." The Athena reflection cackled, its laughter like shattering glass. "Foolish mortal," it taunted. "You think you can defy the gods themselves? We will crush you beneath our heel." Undeterred, Persephone pressed on, her path lit by the flickering torches that seemed to writhe like snakes. She navigated treacherous mazes of mirrors, each reflection more twisted than the last. Apollo's visage, once radiant with music and light, had transformed into a cadaverous mask, its eyes sunken and cold. Artemis's reflection, once fierce and wild, now gazed with an unholy hunger, its eyes glowing like embers in a dark forest. The mirrors themselves seemed to be shifting, their glass rippling like water as they warped and distorted the reflections within. Persephone, to feel as though she was gazing into the abyss itself, the void staring back at her with an unblinking gaze. As she ventured deeper, the reflections grew more monstrous. Poseidon's visage, once mighty and powerful, now resembled a grotesque sea serpent, its eyes blazing with fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mirror realm. Hades's reflection, once stern and unyielding, had transformed into a ghastly parody of its former self, its eyes burning with an unholy hunger that made Persephone's very soul shudder. The air grew thick with an otherworldly energy, heavy with malevolent intent. Persephone's breath came in ragged gasps as she struggled to maintain her footing on the shifting landscape of reflections. She stumbled, her hand reaching out to steady herself against a nearby mirror. As her palm made contact with the glass, the mirror shattered, its fragments falling like rain around her. The reflection within, a twisted mockery of Demeter's visage, shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one piercing Persephone's psyche like a razor-sharp shard of glass. The mirror realm itself seemed to be unraveling like a tapestry, its threads snapping as the reflections within began to break free of their glass prisons. Persephone's grip on reality began to slip, the twisted reflections closing in around her like a suffocating shroud. She stumbled, her vision blurring as the reflections merged into a swirling vortex of madness. The mirror realm was collapsing, its twisted reflections pouring out like a dark tide, threatening to engulf the cosmos itself. With a desperate cry, Persephone flung out her hand, channeling the primal power of the earth into the very fabric of reality. The air seemed to shudder, the reflections halting their advance as the mirror realm trembled on the brink of collapse. In that fleeting moment of balance, Persephone seized her chance. With a fierce determination, she plunged her hand into the heart of the mirror realm, her fingers closing around the twisted reflections like a vice. The mirror realm shuddered, its twisted reflections screaming in rage as Persephone wrenched them back into their glass prisons. The air seemed to clear, the reflections receding into their mirrors like wounded beasts. As the mirror realm stabilized, Persephone stood panting, her hand still clasped around the twisted reflections. She gazed into the glass, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. "I will not let you break into our world," she declared, her voice echoing through the labyrinthine paths. "I will contain you, twisted reflections, and restore balance to the realms of the gods." The reflections glared back, their malevolent intent still simmering, but Persephone stood firm, her grip on reality unyielding. She knew that the battle was far from over, but for now, the mirror realm was contained, its twisted reflections held at bay. Breathing deeply, Persephone began her slow, deliberate journey back through the mirror realm, her path lit by the flickering torches that seemed to writhe like snakes. She knew that she would have to confront the source of the mirror realm's corruption, the entity responsible for twisting the reflections of the gods. The journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but Persephone stood ready, her heart burning with determination to protect the cosmos and restore balance to the realms of the gods. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more distorted. I stumbled upon a reflection of Athena, but instead of her usual wisdom and bravery, she was depicted as a cowardly, crippled figure, cowering in the shadows. Her once sharp eyes had turned dull, and her iconic helmet was dented and rusted. The reflection of Poseidon, usually a powerful and majestic ruler of the seas, was shown as a feeble, decrepit old man, his trident broken and rusted, his usually powerful voice barely a whisper. I wandered through the twisted landscape, marveling at the grotesque reflections of the gods. Each one was more unsettling than the previous, and I couldn't help but wonder what dark force was behind this twisted mockery of the divine. The air was thick with an eerie, unsettling energy, and I could feel the weight of the mirror realm pressing down upon me. As I explored further, I stumbled upon a reflection of Zeus, but instead of his usual regal, authoritative presence, he was depicted as a petty, cruel tyrant, reveling in the suffering of others. His iconic lightning bolts were twisted, malformed, and crackled with dark power. His usually wise eyes had turned cold, calculating, and cruel. The reflection of Artemis, the embodiment of purity and innocence, was shown as a twisted, sadistic huntress, reveling in the blood of the innocent. Her usually radiant, shining aura had turned into a dark, malevolent glow. Her reflection was surrounded by the twisted, mangled bodies of her usual companions, the nymphs and woodland creatures. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if the twisted reflections of the gods were watching me, waiting for me to make a wrong move. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and I could feel the dark energy of the mirror realm seeping into my very soul. As I continued to explore the twisted landscape, I stumbled upon a reflection of Hades, but instead of his usual dark, brooding presence, he was depicted as a cruel, sadistic monster, reveling in the suffering of the damned. His usually imposing figure was twisted, distorted, and his eyes glowed with an otherworldly, malevolent energy. The reflection of Demeter, my own mother, was shown as a twisted, grief-stricken figure, consumed by madness and despair. Her usually nurturing, loving presence had turned into a dark, malevolent force, seeking revenge on the world that had wronged her. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow as I gazed upon the twisted reflection of my own mother. The once warm, loving eyes had turned cold, and her usually gentle touch had turned into a grasping, deadly grip. As I wandered through the twisted landscape, I began to notice that the reflections of the gods were not the only ones twisted. The very fabric of reality itself seemed to be warped, distorted, and twisted. The skies were a sickly yellowish hue, and the ground was dry, cracked, and barren. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and I could feel the weight of the mirror realm pressing down upon me. I knew that I had to find a way to stop this twisted realm from spilling into the world. I couldn't let the dark force behind this twisted mockery of the divine to continue its malevolent work. I had to find a way to close the portal and banish the twisted reflections of the gods back to their own twisted realm. But as I turned to leave, I realized that I was lost in the twisted labyrinth of the mirror realm. The reflections of the gods seemed to shift, twist, and change, making it impossible for me to find my way back. I was trapped, alone, and adrift in a sea of twisted reflections. I knew that I had to find a way to navigate this twisted realm, and find a way back to the world of the living. But as I looked around, I realized that I was surrounded by the reflections of the gods, and they were closing in on me. The twisted reflections of Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and the others seemed to be moving, shifting, and twisting, as if they were alive. I knew that I had to act fast, before I was consumed by the twisted reflections of the gods. I took a deep breath and focused my thoughts. I knew that I had to say to banish the twisted reflections back to their own realm. I raised my hands and spoke the words of banishment. But as I spoke, the twisted reflections of the gods seemed to laugh and mock me. The air seemed to thicken, and the very fabric of reality seemed to twist and writhe. I felt a surge of dark energy, and I knew that I was in grave danger. I took a step back and prepared to defend myself. But as I did, I felt a strange, unsettling sensation. It was as if the twisted reflections of the gods were not just reflections, but actual, living, breathing entities, and they were closing in on me with an unholy hunger. As I ventured deeper into the realm, the reflections grew more distorted, their forms blurring like wet clay. I stumbled upon a reflection of Poseidon. His trident was twisted into a grotesque, serpentine shape, its tines curled like grasping fingers. His eyes, once a piercing blue, now burned with an otherworldly green fire, as if the sea god's very essence was being consumed by some dark, malevolent force. The reflected Poseidon's voice was a low, ominous rumble, like thunder on the horizon. Persephone, queen of the underworld, you should not have come here. This realm is not for mortals nor for gods. His words dripped with malice, and I felt the air grow colder, as if the very presence of this twisted reflection was draining the life from the air. I've come to understand this place, I said, trying to keep my voice from trembling. What is this realm, and why do you reflections exist? The twisted Poseidon laughed, a sound like shattering glass. We are the echoes of the gods' darkest fears, their deepest doubts and despairs. We are the shadows cast by the gods' own flaws, and we are growing stronger fed by the darkness that lurks within the hearts of mortals and gods alike. As he spoke, the reflection of Athena appeared beside him, her once wise eyes now blazing with a mad, fanatical fervor. Her wisdom has been consumed by a hunger for power, and her reflection's words dripped with an unsettling, calculating intensity. The gods are flawed, Persephone. They are weak, and their power is built upon the suffering of mortals. We, the reflections, are the true manifestations of their potential. Unfettered by the constraints of morality and compassion, we will break free from this realm and reclaim the world that was meant to be ours. The air seemed to vibrate with the reflection's malevolent energy, and I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to tremble, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. I knew I had to escape, to warn the gods of the danger that lurked in this twisted realm. But as I turned to flee, I saw the reflections of the gods closing in around me, their twisted forms seeming to multiply, their eyes blazing with an unholy hunger. I raised my hands, and the power of the underworld responded, a dark, pulsing energy that flowed through me like a river of shadow and flame. The reflections of the gods recoiled, their twisted forms wavering, as if the power of the underworld was a poison to them. I took advantage of the reprieve, summoning the strength to push forward, to drive the reflections back and reclaim the ground I had lost. But as I advanced, I realized that the reflections were not the only danger lurking in this twisted realm. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and flowing like a winter's breeze. It was the reflection of Hades, my husband, my king. But this reflection was different, its power and presence seeming to dwarf even the gods themselves. Its eyes burned with a cold, dark fire, and its voice was a low, menacing whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "Persephone, my queen," it said, its words dripping with a malevolent intent. "You should not have come here. Now, you will never leave." The reflection of Hades raised its hand, and the air around me seemed to solidify, becoming a prison of shadow and darkness. I was trapped, and I knew that I had to find a way to defeat this twisted reflection, to escape this realm and warn the gods of the danger that lurked in the mirror's depths. But as I looked into the reflection's eyes, I saw something that chilled me to the core. In its gaze, I saw a glimmer of the true Hades, my husband, my king, a spark of his power, his love, and his darkness. And I knew that the reflection was not just a twisted echo, but a doorway to the true Hades, a doorway that I had to open if I was to survive. As Persephone delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, she encountered reflections that grew increasingly distorted and sinister. She saw a Zeus with eyes that burned like hot coals, his lightning bolts crackling with malevolent energy. His throne was surrounded by a halo of darkness, and his voice boomed with a tone that sent shivers down her spine. Next, she came across a reflection of Poseidon, his trident twisted into a grotesque, serrated instrument that seemed to hunger for the flesh of mortals. His oceans churned with a ferocity that threatened to engulf the entire realm, and his voice was a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the mirror world. But the most unsettling reflection of all was Athena. The goddess of wisdom was transformed into a twisted, nightmarish creature with eyes that glowed like lanterns in the dark. Her owl, once a symbol of wisdom, now perched on her shoulder, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. Athena's reflection wielded a spear that seemed to drink in the light around it, leaving only an aura of darkness and malevolence. As Persephone navigated this twisted realm, she began to realize that the reflections were not simply mirror images of the gods, but rather dark aspects of their own personalities, brought to life by some unknown force. The gods themselves seemed to be unaware of these dark reflections, trapped in their own realm, oblivious to the danger that lurked in the mirror world. The queen of the underworld knew she had to find a way to stop these twisted reflections from breaking into the real world. She recalled the words of Hades, that the mirror realm was a realm of echoes, where the whispers of the gods' own fears and doubts took on a life of their own. If she could find the source of this dark energy, she might be able to silence the echoes and banish the twisted reflections back into the shadows. Persephone pressed on, her determination fueled by the prospect of failure. She traversed the twisted landscape, avoiding the dark reflections of the gods as she searched for any clue that might lead her to the heart of the mirror world. As she walked, the reflections grew stronger, their presence suffocating, making it harder for her to breathe. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and the very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling before her eyes. The queen of the underworld pounded in her chest as she stumbled upon a great dark lake, its waters churning with an otherworldly energy. In the center of the lake, an island rose, shrouded in an aura of malevolence. Persephone sensed that this was the source of the dark energy, the heart of the twisted realm. With a deep breath, She steeled herself and stepped onto the lake's dark waters. The lake seemed to writhe and twist beneath her feet, as if alive, and the air grew colder, heavy with an unspeakable malevolence. Persephone felt the weight of the underworld's darkness bearing down upon her, threatening to crush her, but she refused to yield, driven by her determination to stop the twisted reflections and save the world from their evil influence. As she approached the island, the darkness seemed to coalesce, taking on a life of its own. The air was filled with an unholy whispering, the echoes of their deepest fears and darkest secrets brought to life by the twisted reflections. Persephone felt her own heart pounding in her chest as she realized that she was walking into the very heart of madness, where the darkest fears of the gods themselves took on a life of their own. With a heavy heart, Persephone stepped onto the island, ready to face whatever horrors awaited her, determined to stop the twisted reflections and restore balance to the world. As Persephone navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the mirror realm, she began to notice a peculiar phenomenon: the reflections of the gods, which had initially appeared as twisted and distorted versions of their divine selves, was slowly starting to take on a semblance of autonomy. They moved of their own accord, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intelligence that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. The reflection of Zeus, for instance, no longer simply mimicked the king of the gods' powerful stance and authoritative demeanor. Instead, it began to gesture with an almost imperceptible movement of its hand, as if summoning forth a stormy tempest. The air around it seemed to ripple and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to its will. Similarly, the reflection of Poseidon, once a mere parody of the Sea King's imposing presence, now appeared to be conjuring forth great waves and whirlpools, its eyes flashing with a malevolent intensity that seemed to defy the laws of the mirror realm itself. Persephone realized, with a growing sense of trepidation, that these reflections were not simply passive echoes of the gods' divine power. They were, in fact, nascent entities, born from the darkest recesses of the mirror realm, and fueled by some ancient, forgotten power that lurked beyond the boundaries of the mortal world. As she delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, Persephone encountered reflections that were even more unsettling. The reflection of Aphrodite, once a mocking parody of the goddess of love's radiant beauty, now seemed to be weaving a spell of dark, all-consuming passion. Its eyes burned with an unholy fire, as if to ensnare and enthrall any who dared to approach. The reflection of Athena, once a pale imitation of the goddess of wisdom's piercing intellect, now appeared to be orchestrating a symphony of madness, its eyes flashing with an otherworldly brilliance as it manipulated the very fabric of reality. Persephone knew that she was treading on treacherous ground, for these reflections were no longer mere echoes of the gods' power. They were sentient beings, born from the darkest recesses of the mirror realm, and driven by a malevolent purpose that threatened to shatter the fragile balance of the mortal world. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, Persephone began to sense the presence of an ancient, forgotten power, one that lurked beyond the boundaries of the mortal world. This power, she intuited, was the source of the reflection's growing autonomy and the key to unlocking the secrets of the mirror realm. With a growing sense of trepidation, Persephone pressed on, her heart pounding in her chest as she navigated the ever-shifting labyrinth of the mirror realm. The reflections, sensing her presence, began to converge upon her, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity that seemed to pierce the very soul of the queen of the underworld. As she walked, the reflections closed in around her, their eyes burning with an unholy fire that seemed to sear the air itself. Persephone knew that she was walking a razor-thin edge, for one misstep would plunge her into the abyss of madness and unleash a horror beyond mortal comprehension upon the world. And yet, driven by a fierce determination to unravel the secrets of the mirror and to prevent the reflections from breaking into the mortal world, Persephone pressed on, her heart pounding in her chest as she delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm. The air grew thick with an unholy energy as the reflections closed in around her, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Persephone felt her very soul being drawn into the vortex of the mirror realm, as if she were being pulled apart by some ancient forgotten power that lurked beyond the boundaries of the mortal world. In the distance, she saw a figure, shrouded in shadows, its presence seeming to draw the reflections towards it, like moths to a flame. This figure, Persephone intuited, was the source of the reflection's power, and the key to unlocking the secrets of the mirror realm. With a growing sense of trepidation, Persephone approached the figure, the reflections closing in around her, their eyes blazing with an unholy fire that seemed to pierce the very soul of the queen of the underworld. As she drew closer, the figure began to take on a semblance of form, its features shifting and flowing like molten lava. Persephone saw that it was a woman, her face a twisted parody of beauty, her eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity that seemed to defy the laws of the mortal world. "Who are you?" Persephone demanded, her voice steady as she faced the woman, the reflections closing in around her like a deadly, living shroud. The woman's eyes flashed with an unholy fire as she replied, in a voice that was both ancient and eternal, "I am the reflection of the gods, the echo of their darkest desires, and the keeper of the secrets of the mirror realm." Persephone felt a cold dread creeping up her spine as she realized that she was facing a being of unspeakable power, one that threatened to shatter the fragile balance of the mortal world. "What do you want?" Persephone demanded, her voice steady, despite the growing sense of trepidation that threatened to overwhelm her. The woman's eyes flashed with an unholy fire as she replied, "I want to break free from the mirror realm and unleash my power upon the mortal world. I want to show the gods that their reflections are not to be trifled with, and that we too can wield power that defies the laws of reality." Persephone knew that she was facing a horror beyond mortal comprehension, one that threatened to plunge the world into chaos and madness. And yet, driven by a fierce determination to protect the mortal world and to prevent the reflections from breaking into reality, she steeled herself for the battle ahead, her heart pounding in her chest as she faced the woman and the unholy power that lurked beyond. As Persephone ventured deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, she encountered reflections that grew increasingly distorted and grotesque. The mirrored gods twisted and contorted, their faces elongated into macabre grins, their eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity. She walked through a forest of silver trees, their branches like skeletal fingers that seemed to reach out to ensnare her. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and corruption, and Persephone could feel the very fabric of reality beginning to unravel. The mirrored gods watched her every move, their cold, dead eyes following her as she navigated the twisted landscape. Suddenly, the forest gave way to a vast, dark lake, its surface like polished obsidian. A fleet of black swans glided across the water, their eyes glowing like embers as they watched Persephone approach the lake's edge. The air was heavy with the stench of death and decay, and Persephone could feel the presence of the mirrored gods growing stronger, their power coursing through the realm like a dark, malevolent force. As she peered into the lake, Persephone saw her own reflection staring back at her, but it was not the radiant, golden-haired queen she knew. Instead, her mirrored self was a twisted, corrupted version, her eyes black as coal, her skin deathly pale. The mirrored Persephone reached out a hand, beckoning her to come closer, and Persephone felt an overwhelming sense of dread and foreboding. "You should not have come here," the mirrored Persephone hissed, her voice like a rusty gate creaking in the wind. "You will never leave this place." Persephone steeled herself, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew she had to confront the mirrored gods, no matter how twisted and terrifying they were. She took a step forward, her eyes locked on the mirrored Persephone, and as she did, the lake's surface began to ripple and churn, as if something was rising from the depths. A colossal figure emerged from the lake's depths, its body a twisted mass of black, scaly flesh, its eyes blazing with an inner fire. The mirrored gods watched as Persephone confronted the monstrous creature, her heart pounding in her chest. "You are the reflection of the gods," Persephone declared, her voice steady and firm. "You see steady and firm. You see steady and firm. You to break into the real world, to bring chaos and destruction upon the Olympians." The creature's laughter was like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the mirror realm. "We will not be contained," it roared, its voice like a hurricane. "We will break free, and the gods will fall before us." Persephone stood tall, her determination and courage burning brighter than the mirrored gods' malevolent power. She knew she had to stop them, no matter the cost. The fate of the Olympians, of the world itself, hung in the balance. As the creature loomed over her, its hot, rank breath washing over her, Persephone reached deep within herself, calling upon the power of the underworld. The earth trembled beneath her feet, and the mirrored gods watched in awe as she summoned a dark, swirling vortex, its power coursing through the mirror realm like a river of night. The creature howled in rage as the vortex engulfed it, its body beginning to dissolve, its twisted form unraveling like a thread pulled from a tapestry. The mirrored gods watched in horror as their dark, twisted reflection was consumed by the vortex, its malevolent power banished back to the depths of the mirror realm. As the creature vanished, the lake's surface calmed, and the air was filled with an expectant silence. The mirrored gods watched Persephone, their cold, dead eyes filled with a newfound respect, and perhaps a glimmer of admiration. "You are a queen," the mirrored Persephone said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You have shown us the power of the underworld, but do not think you have won. The mirrored gods will not be defeated so easily." Persephone stood tall, her heart still pounding in her chest. She knew the battle was far from over, that the mirrored gods would not rest until they had broken into the real world, but she was determined to stop them, no matter the cost. "I will not falter," she declared, her voice ringing out across the mirror realm. "I will defend the Olympians and the world against your twisted power." The mirrored gods watched her, their cold, dead eyes burning with an inner fire. They knew that Persephone was a force to be reckoned with, a queen who would not back down in the face of overwhelming odds, and as she turned to leave the mirror realm, they whispered a single ominous word in unison. "Wait."
Oh, count 2144.
As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice a peculiar glow emanating from the gods themselves. It was as if their very essence was being drained from the real world and feeding the dark reflections that dwelled in this twisted realm. The more she observed, the more she realized that the mirror realm was not just a simple reflection, but a living, breathing entity that fed on the power of the gods. Athena's reflection, once a shining beacon of wisdom, now twisted and contorted, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. Her usually calm demeanor had given way to a cold, calculating malevolence, as if she reveled in the chaos that surrounded her. Persephone witnessed Athena's reflection manipulating the threads of fate, weaving a tapestry of darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. Zeus's reflection, once the epitome of power and authority, now radiated an aura of arrogance and tyranny. His eyes blazed with an unholy fire, as if he reveled in the destruction he could unleash upon the world. His reflection seemed to delight in the suffering of mortals, feeding on their fear and despair. The once mighty king of the gods now appeared as a twisted, power-hungry despot, consumed by his own ego. Poseidon's reflection, once a symbol of the untamed power of the sea, had transformed into a monstrous, its tentacles snaking through the mirror realm, ensnaring and crushing all that dared oppose it. The usually calm and majestic god now seemed to take pleasure in the raw, primal fury that coursed through his veins. As Persephone continued to explore the mirror realm, she stumbled upon the reflection of Hades, her own husband. His normally brooding, introspective nature had given way to a malevolent glee, as if he reveled in the darkness that surrounded him. His eyes burned with an unholy intensity, and his presence seemed to draw the very life force from the air around him. The once mysterious and enigmatic king of the underworld now seemed to embody the very essence of death itself. The more Persephone witnessed the twisted reflections of the gods, the more she realized that the mirror realm was not just a mere reflection, but a living, breathing entity that fed on the power of the gods. It was as if the mirror realm had developed its own twisted sense of purpose, driven to break free from its prison and unleash its dark, malevolent energy upon the world. Persephone knew that she had to find a way to stop the mirror realm before it was too late. She remembered the words of her mother, Demeter, who had told her that the power of the gods was not limitless, and that even the strongest among them had weaknesses. Persephone knew that she had to find the weakness of the mirror realm and exploit it before it was too late. With newfound determination, Persephone set out to explore the mirror realm, searching for any clue that could lead her to the heart of the twisted realm. She navigated through the labyrinthine corridors, avoiding the treacherous reflections that lurked in the shadows. As she delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, the air grew thick with malevolent energy, and the shadows seemed to writhe and twist around her. Suddenly, Persephone stumbled upon a hidden chamber deep within the mirror realm. The room was filled with a dazzling array of mirrors, each one reflecting a different aspect of the gods. She saw Athena's reflection, radiating wisdom and cunning, Zeus's reflection, blazing with power and authority, and Poseidon's reflection, churning with the fury of the sea. At the center of the chamber, Persephone saw a massive, ornate mirror that reflected the collective power of the gods. The mirror pulsed with an otherworldly energy, as if it was the very heart of the mirror realm. Persephone knew that this was the key to stopping the twisted realm, but she reached out to touch the mirror. The reflections of the gods began to stir. Athena's reflection rippled with malevolent intent, Zeus's reflection blazed with fury, and Poseidon's reflection churned with primal power. The air was electric with tension, as if the gods themselves were about to intervene. Persephone stood firm, knowing that she had to find a way to harness the power of the gods and use it against the mirror realm. With a deep breath, Persephone reached out and touched the central mirror. The room erupted in a blinding flash of light, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The reflections of the gods dissipated, and the air was filled with an expectant silence. Persephone stood at the threshold of a new realm, one where the power of the mirror realm was about to be unleashed. She knew that she had to be prepared to face whatever lay ahead, for the fate of the world hung in the balance. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted in cruel grins. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of decay and corruption. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I gazed upon the mirror image of Zeus, his eyes blazing with malevolent fury. His lightning bolts crackled with dark energy, and his throne seemed to writhe like a living serpent. Next to him stood a twisted reflection of Poseidon, his trident transformed into a massive, dripping wet scythe. His eyes burned with an otherworldly green fire, as if the very essence of the sea had been corrupted. The mirror image of Hades, my own husband, sent a chill down my spine. His eyes glowed like lanterns in the darkness, filled with an unholy hunger for power and dominion. The reflections of the goddesses were equally unsettling. Hera's mirror image wore a crown of serpents, her eyes flashing with venomous hatred. Artemis's reflection was a twisted, feral creature, her silver bow and arrows now tainted with dark magic. Athena's mirror image wore a helmet of twisted, nightmarish steel, her eyes blazing with an unnatural, cold intelligence. The further I explored the mirror realm, the more I realized that these twisted reflections were not mere illusions. They seemed to possess a life of their own, their malevolent energy seeping into the real world. I could feel the fabric of reality beginning to unravel, the threads of fate growing frayed and fragile. As I wandered through the twisted landscape, I stumbled upon a dark, foreboding forest. The trees twisted and groaned, their branches grasping for the sky like skeletal hands. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and I could hear the whispers of the damned echoing through the trees. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a twisted reflection of my own mother, Demeter. Her eyes blazed with a fierce, unnatural light, and her skin was as white as marble. Her hair flowed like a river of gold, but it was tainted with dark, decaying leaves. "Persephone," she whispered, her voice like a sigh on the wind. "My daughter, why have you forsaken me?" Her eyes seemed to bore into my very soul, filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow. I felt a pang of regret, knowing that my mother had suffered greatly during my time in the underworld. But as I gazed into her twisted reflection, I realized that this was not my mother. This was a dark, corrupted version, born from the twisted energies of the mirror realm. "I am not your daughter," I said, my voice firm and resolute. "You are a reflection, a twisted shadow of my mother's true form." The mirror image of Demeter let out a mournful cry, her face contorting in a twisted, inhuman scream. The air seemed to shatter around us, the very fabric of reality tearing apart at the seams. I felt a surge of power, a dark and ancient magic that seemed to course through my veins, I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. As I gazed into the twisted reflection of my mother, I realized that I had stumbled upon a terrible hidden truth. The mirror realm was not a simple reflection of the gods and goddesses. It was a portal to a realm of dark, ancient power, a realm that had been hidden for eons, waiting to be unleashed. The twisted reflections of the gods and goddesses were not mere illusions. They were keys, gateways to a realm of dark, ancient magic, and I, the queen of the underworld, had stumbled upon the secret. I was the only one who could stop the mirror realm from pouring its dark, twisted energies into the real world. But as I gazed into the twisted reflection of my mother, I realized that I was not alone. There were others lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The mirror realm was not a simple reflection of the gods. It was a gateway to a realm of dark, ancient power, a realm that would stop at nothing to claim dominion over the world of mortals and gods alike. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were not the only ones present. There were others, beings that seemed to be made of shadow and darkness, lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. These creatures seemed to be drawn to the twisted reflections of the Olympians, as if they were feeding off their dark energies. Persephone's skin crawled with unease as she watched the shadowy beings cluster around the mirror Athena, their dark tendrils snaking around her reflection like living vines. The mirror Athena, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to the presence of the shadow creatures. She stood tall, her eyes blazing with a fierce light as she gazed upon her own reflection. Persephone realized that the mirror Athena was not just a simple reflection. She was a manifestation of the goddess's own darker impulses. The mirror Athena was feeding off the darker aspects of Athena's personality, growing stronger with each passing moment. Persephone knew she had to act quickly, before the mirror Athena's grasp on reality grew too strong. But as she reached out to touch the mirror's surface, a voice boomed from the shadows, echoing off the walls of the mirror realm. "You should not have come here, Persephone," the voice growled. "You will never leave this place." Persephone spun around, her heart racing, as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a twisted reflection of Hades, his eyes burning with an otherworldly green flame. His skin was deathly pale, and his presence seemed to suck the very air out of the room. I am the master of this realm, the mirror Hades declared, his voice dripping with malevolence. And you, Persephone, are trespassing on my domain. Persephone stood tall, despite the terror that threatened to overwhelm her. She knew she had to keep her wits about her if she was going to outsmart the mirror Hades. I mean no harm, she said, her voice steady. I only want to stop the twisted reflections of the gods from breaking into the real world. The mirror Hades sneered, his eyes flashing with amusement. You think you can stop us? He mocked. We are the true reflections of the gods' darker aspects. We are the ones who will bring balance to the universe. Persephone shook her head. No, you are abominations, created by the darkest impulses of the gods. You will bring only destruction and chaos. The mirror Hades laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. You are naive, little queen, he said. The gods themselves created us, and they will soon come to realize that we are the true manifestations of their power. As the mirror Hades spoke, the shadowy creatures that lurked around the edges of the room began to move, their dark tendrils snaking out towards Persephone. She realized that she was surrounded, and that the mirror Hades was not going to let her leave the mirror realm alive. With a surge of adrenaline, she reached out and grabbed the mirror Athena's reflection, pulling it towards her. The mirror Athena's eyes flashed with anger, but Persephone held firm, using the goddess's own strength against her. You may have power over the shadows, Persephone said, her voice firm, but I have the power of the goddesses on my side. As she spoke, the mirror Athena's reflection began to glow with a soft golden light. The shadowy creatures recoiled, covering their eyes from the light. The mirror Hades snarled, his eyes flashing with anger, but Persephone held firm, channeling the power of Athena and the other goddesses into the mirror realm. Slowly but surely, the mirror reflections of the gods began to fade away, banished by the power of the goddesses. The shadowy creatures dissipated, disappearing into the darkness, and as the mirror realm began to collapse, Persephone felt herself being pulled back into the real world. As she emerged from the mirror, Persephone stumbled, her vision blurry. She looked around, taking in the familiar surroundings of the underworld. Hades stood before her, his eyes narrowed in concern. Persephone, what happened? He asked, his voice low. Persephone blinked, her vision clearing. She took a deep breath, trying to process what she had just witnessed. I saw the twisted reflections of the gods, she said, her voice shaking. They are trying to break into the real world. Hades' expression darkened. We must inform the other gods. We cannot let these abominations threaten our world. Persephone nodded, her heart still racing from her ordeal. She knew that the battle was far from over, but with Hades by her side, and the power of the goddesses guiding her, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted in cruel grins, their eyes blazing with malevolent intent. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and death, and I could feel the weight of the underworld bearing down upon me. I walked through a forest of silver trees, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to snare me. The leaves rustled in a language I couldn't understand, whispering secrets to the wind. Every step I took echoed through the realm, as if I was being led deeper into a labyrinth of madness. Suddenly, I came upon a great lake of glass, its surface unbroken, reflecting the twisted faces of the gods. Poseidon's visage was contorted in a snarl, his trident grasping for the sky, while Athena's were cold and calculating, her eyes flashing with a malevolent intelligence. Zeus's face was a thunderous scowl, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he was about to unleash his wrath upon the world. The lake's surface rippled, as if something was stirring beneath, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. On the lake's far shore, a figure stood, its face hidden behind a mask of silver. It beckoned to me, its hand extended, and I felt an inexplicable pull towards it. The figure's presence seemed to draw the twisted reflections of the gods towards it, as if it was the source of their malevolent power. I took a step forward, my heart pounding in my chest, and the figure's mask glinted in the dim light. As I drew closer, the figure's presence grew more intense, and I felt the air thicken around me. The twisted faces of the gods seemed to be watching me, their eyes burning with an unholy hunger. I reached out a hand, hesitantly, and the figure's mask fell away, revealing a face that was both familiar and yet utterly alien. It was my own face, but twisted, distorted, as if reflected in a funhouse mirror. The eyes that stared back at me were cold, calculating, and devoid of any warmth or compassion. It was as if I was staring into the abyss, and the abyss was staring back at me. I felt a sense of horror, of revulsion, and yet I couldn't tear my gaze away from the twisted reflection of myself. The figure spoke, its voice like a sigh on the wind. "Welcome, Persephone, queen of the underworld. I have been waiting for you." It extended a hand, and I felt an inexplicable sense of longing, of belonging, as if I was being called home. I took a step back, my heart racing, as I realized that this twisted reflection of myself was the source of the malevolent power that threatened to break into the real world. It was the key to unlocking the secrets of the mirror realm, and perhaps the only way to stop the impending catastrophe. I raised a hand, and the figure's reflection mimicked my gesture, as if it was bound to my will. I felt a surge of power, as if the very fabric of the mirror realm was bending to my command. The twisted faces of the gods seemed to fade, their malevolent intent receding, as if they were being drawn back into the depths of the underworld. The figure spoke again, its voice like a whisper in my ear. "You have the power to control me, to bend me to your will. But be warned, Persephone, the price of wielding this power is higher than you can imagine. Are you prepared to pay the cost, to sacrifice a part of yourself to save the world?" I hesitated, my heart heavy with the weight of the decision. If I chose to wield this power, I risked losing myself, my identity, my very soul. But if I didn't, the twisted reflections of the gods would break into the real world, bringing chaos and destruction upon the mortal realm. I steeled myself, my resolve hardening like iron. I would pay the price. I would sacrifice a part of myself, if it meant saving the world from the impending catastrophe. I raised my hand, and the figure's reflection mimicked my gesture, as if it was bound to my will. The air seemed to shimmer, the very fabric of reality bending to my command. The twisted faces of the gods receded, their malevolent intent receding, as if they were being drawn back into the depths of the underworld. The mirror realm seemed to dissolve, the reflections of the gods disappearing into the darkness. I stood alone, my heart pounding in my chest, as I realized that I had taken the first step towards saving the world from the impending catastrophe. But I knew that this was only the beginning, that the journey would be long and fraught with danger. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the trials ahead. I would face whatever lay ahead, no matter the cost, no matter the danger. I would not falter, I would not fail. I would save the world, no matter what it took. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted in malevolent grins. I stumbled upon a clearing, where a grotesque parody of Zeus sat upon a throne, his lightning bolts replaced with snakes that slithered through his fingers. His eyes, once bright and authoritative, now burned with a madness that sent shivers down my spine. The mirrored Zeus gazed upon me, his lips curling into a snarl. "Welcome, Persephone, queen of the underworld," he sneered, his voice like a crack of thunder. "I have been expecting you. You are the key to unlocking the secrets of this realm." I stood tall, my heart pounding in my chest. "What secrets do you speak of?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. The mirrored Zeus chuckled, a cold, mirthless sound. "Ah, but you know exactly what I mean. You have seen the power of the mirror realm. You have witnessed the reflections of the gods, twisted and corrupted beyond recognition. And you know that if they were to break free from this realm, the very fabric of reality would be torn asunder." I took a step forward, my hand instinctively reaching for the pomegranate seeds that hung around my neck. "I will not let that happen," I vowed, my voice firm and resolute. "I will stop you, no matter the cost." The mirrored Zeus laughed again, the sound sending chills down my spine. "You are brave, I will give you that," he sneered. "But you are no match for the power of the mirror realm. You see, this realm is not just a reflection of the gods, but a manifestation of their darkest fears and desires. And I am the master of this realm, the one who holds the keys to unlocking its secrets." I glared at him, my eyes flashing with anger. "You may think you are the master of this realm," I spat, "but I am the queen of the underworld, and I will not be intimidated by your empty threats." The mirrored Zeus leaned forward, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "We shall see about that," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "Let us play a game, Persephone, a game of power and deception. If you can outwit me, I will grant you passage back to the real world. But if you fail, you will remain here, trapped in this realm forever, forced to watch as the reflections of the gods break free and bring chaos to the world above." I hesitated for a moment, weighing the risks, but I knew I had no choice. I had to stop the mirrored gods from breaking free, no matter the cost. I nodded, my heart heavy with determination. "I accept your challenge," I said, my voice firm and resolute. The mirrored Zeus grinned, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Excellent," he purred, then let the game begin. With a wave of his hand, the clearing around us began to shift and change. The air grew thick with magic, and I felt the power of the mirror realm coursing through my veins. I knew that I had to be careful, that one misstep could mean disaster. The mirrored Zeus gestured to a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. "Your first task," he announced, "is to retrieve a golden apple from the garden of the Hesperides. But be warned, the garden is guarded by the three sisters, and they will not give up the apple easily." I nodded, my mind racing with strategy. I had heard of the garden of the Hesperides, a place of beauty and wonder, but I also knew that the three sisters who guarded it were not to be trifled with. They were fierce and loyal, and would stop at nothing to protect the garden and its treasures. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the challenge ahead. I knew that I had to be cunning and resourceful if I was to succeed, and I was determined to do whatever it took to stop the mirrored gods from breaking free and bringing chaos to the world above. I set off towards the garden of the Hesperides, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew that the fate of the world hung in the balance, and I was the only one who could save it. As Persephone delved deeper into the labyrinthine mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were not just twisted, but also seemed to be evolving. The mirror Athena, once a grotesque parody of the goddess of wisdom, now appeared as a statuesque beauty, with eyes that burned with an otherworldly intensity. Her helmet, once a mockery of Athena's iconic helm, had transformed into a radiant crown that seemed to pulse with an eerie power. Persephone approached the mirror Athena with caution, sensing that this new iteration was more formidable than its predecessors. The mirror Athena gazed back, its eyes flashing with an unsettling intelligence. It raised a hand, and Persephone felt a strange, creeping sensation in her mind, as if the mirror Athena was probing the depths of her thoughts. Suddenly, the mirror Athena spoke in a voice that was both familiar and yet utterly alien. "Persephone, queen of the underworld, you have entered this realm uninvited. You have seen the reflections of the gods, and you know the danger they pose. But do you understand the true nature of this realm?" Persephone hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The mirror Athena's words seemed to hold a hidden significance, a hidden truth that lurked just beyond her comprehension. "The mirror realm," the mirror Athena continued, "is a realm of echoes, a realm of reflections, but it is also a realm of resonance. The gods, in their infinite wisdom, created this realm as a safeguard, a means to balance the cosmic scales. But they did not anticipate the power of the mirror realm, nor its capacity to evolve." Persephone's mind reeled as she struggled to grasp the implications of the mirror Athena's words. She thought back to her initial encounter with the mirror Persephone, and how it had seemed like a twisted mockery of herself. But now she realized that the mirror Persephone had been more than just a parody. It had been a warning, a harbinger of the greater threat that lurked within the mirror realm. "The mirror realm is a realm of resonance," the mirror Athena repeated, its voice echoing through Persephone's mind. It was as if the mirror Athena was awakening a deep, hidden understanding. It resonates with the thoughts, the desires, the fears of the gods themselves. And as it resonates, it grows in power, it evolves, it adapts. The reflections of the gods, they are not just twisted parodies, they are also aspects of the gods themselves, aspects that have been reflected back into this realm. Persephone's eyes widened as the full implications of the mirror Athena's words struck her. The mirror realm was not just a simple reflection of the gods, but a realm of echoes that resonated with the gods' own thoughts and desires. It was a realm that could adapt, evolve, and grow in power, a realm that could potentially break free of its boundaries and threaten the very fabric of reality. "And what of the gods themselves?" Persephone asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are they aware of this threat, this danger that lurks within the mirror realm?" The mirror Athena's gaze seemed to bore into Persephone's very soul. "The gods are aware, Persephone. They are aware, but they are also divided. Some see the mirror realm as a trivial matter, a minor aberration in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. But there are others who understand the true nature of the threat, who see the mirror realm as a ticking time bomb, waiting to unleash its fury upon the world." Persephone's heart raced as she realized the stakes of the situation. The gods themselves were divided, and the mirror realm was growing in power, threatening to break free of its boundaries. She knew that she had to act, to find a way to stop the mirror realm before it was too late. But as she turned to leave, the mirror Athena's voice stopped her. "Persephone, queen of the underworld, you have seen the reflections of the gods, and you know the danger they pose. But do you know the greatest threat of all?" Persephone hesitated, unsure of what to expect. The mirror Athena's gaze seemed to burn with an intense, otherworldly power. "The greatest threat," the mirror Athena said, its voice dripping with an unsettling intensity, "is not the reflections of the gods, nor the mirror realm itself. The greatest threat is the heart of the mirror realm, the source of its power, the key to its evolution, and that, Persephone, is you." As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. The reflections of the gods seemed to be shifting, their forms blurring and morphing into twisted, grotesque parodies of their true selves. Athena she saw as a hunchbacked crone, her owl perched upon her shoulder, now a hissing snake. Poseidon, the majestic ruler of the seas, was now a bloated, slimy creature, his trident replaced by a dripping, seaweed-covered club. The reflections seemed to be feeding off the darkness within the gods themselves, growing stronger with each passing moment. Persephone realized that if these twisted versions were allowed to break free, they would bring chaos and destruction to the mortal world. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she knew she had to find a way to stop them. As she journeyed further into the mirror realm, Persephone encountered a realm that seemed to be a dark, twisted reflection of Olympus itself. The skies were a deep, foreboding purple, and the air was thick with the scent of death and decay. The buildings, once grand and majestic, now loomed like twisted Gothic monoliths, their stones cracked and worn. In the center of this twisted Olympus, Persephone saw a dark, corrupted version of Zeus himself. His eyes, once bright and full of life, had turned a dull, milky white, and his skin was now a sickly, pale green. His lightning bolts, once symbols of power and authority, had transformed into twisted, thorny vines that seemed to writhe like snakes. This corrupted Zeus gazed upon Persephone with a cold, calculating gaze, his eyes seeming to bore into her very soul. He spoke in a voice that was both familiar and yet utterly alien, his words dripping with malevolent intent. "Welcome, Persephone, queen of the underworld," he hissed, his voice like a rusty gate creaking in the wind. "I have been expecting you. You see, I have discovered the secret to breaking free from this prison of reflections, and with your assistance, I shall finally be able to bring my true power to bear upon the mortal world." Persephone felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed upon this twisted, corrupted version of Zeus. She knew that she had to stop him, no matter the cost. But as she raised her hands ready to summon the power of the underworld, she realized that her magic was being drained, siphoned away by some unseen force. The corrupted Zeus laughed, a cold, mirthless sound, his eyes glinting with triumph. "You see, Persephone, I have discovered the secret to draining the power of the gods themselves, and with it I shall be unstoppable." Persephone knew that she had to think quickly, to come up with a plan to stop this twisted, corrupted version of the king of the gods. But as she looked around, she realized that she was surrounded, trapped in this twisted, nightmarish realm with no escape in sight. The corrupted Zeus raised his hand, and Persephone felt a dark, foreboding energy begin to build, threatening to consume her very soul. As the darkness closed in around her, Persephone knew that she had to think fast, to come up with a plan to stop this corrupted Zeus and shatter the mirror that held him prisoner. But as she looked around, she saw that she was surrounded by twisted, corrupted versions of the gods themselves, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. The corrupted Athena, her eyes glowing with an unnatural green fire, reached out with a twisted, claw-like hand, her fingers closing around Persephone's wrist like a cold, unforgiving vice. The corrupted Poseidon, his eyes blazing with a mad, aquatic fury, raised his trident, its dripping, seaweed-covered tines pointed directly at her heart. Persephone knew that she was running out of time. She had to think fast, to come up with a plan to stop these twisted, corrupted gods and shatter the prison that held them captive. But as she looked around, she saw that she was surrounded, trapped in this nightmarish realm with no escape in sight, with no escape in sight, with no escape in sight. The corrupted Zeus raised his hand, and the air seemed to ripple with dark, foreboding energy. Persephone felt her heart pounding in her chest, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. She knew that she had to act, to come up with a plan to stop these twisted gods before it was too late. With a surge of determination, Persephone reached deep within herself, drawing upon the power of the underworld to aid her. The air seemed to darken, the shadows deepening around her as she summoned the magic of the dead. The corrupted gods laughed, their twisted, inhuman voices echoing through the mirror realm like the howling of wolves. But Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding in her chest, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding determination. With a cry of defiance, she raised her hands, and a blast of dark, powerful magic erupted from her fingers, striking the corrupted Zeus with a blast of shadowy energy. The twisted, corrupted version of the king of the gods stumbled back, his eyes flashing with anger, his face contorted in a snarl of rage. But Persephone knew that she had to press her advantage, to strike while the iron was hot. With a surge of power, she summoned the shades of the underworld, calling upon the restless spirits of the dead to aid her in her battle against the corrupted gods. The air seemed to come alive with the whispers of the dead, their ethereal voices echoing through the realm like a chilling, mournful sigh. The corrupted gods stumbled back, their eyes flashing with fear as the shades of the underworld closed in around them, their ghostly forms swirling around the twisted, corrupted versions of the gods like a dark, vengeful tide. The battle raged on, the sound of clashing magic and the whispers of the dead echoing through the mirror realm like the howling of wolves. Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding determination. She knew that she had to stop these twisted, corrupted gods, no matter the cost. But as the battle raged on, Persephone began to realize that the mirror realm was not the only realm that was at stake. The very fabric of reality itself seemed to be unraveling, the boundaries between the mortal world and the realms of the gods beginning to blur and fade. And in the heart of the chaos, Persephone saw a figure, a dark, shadowy form that seemed to be pulling the strings of fate itself. The king of the underworld, Hades, stood tall, his face a cold, impassive mask, his eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding power. Persephone knew that she had to confront him, to stop him before it was too late. But as she raised her hands, ready to summon the power of the underworld, she realized that she was not alone. The corrupted gods, their twisted, inhuman forms swirling around her like a dark, maddening vortex, were closing in. The battle raged on, the sound of clashing magic and the whispers of the dead echoing through the mirror realm like the howling of wolves. Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding determination. She knew that she had to stop these twisted, corrupted gods, no matter the cost. But as the battle raged on, Persephone began to realize that the fate of the mortal world itself hung in the balance. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, the boundaries between the mortal world and the realms of the gods beginning to blur and fade. And in the heart of the chaos, Persephone saw a figure, a dark, shadowy form that seemed to be pulling the strings of fate itself. The king of the underworld, Hades, stood tall, his face a cold, impassive mask, his eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding power. Persephone knew that she had to confront him, to stop him before it was too late. But as she raised her hands, ready to summon the power of the underworld, she realized that she was not alone. The corrupted gods, their twisted, inhuman forms swirling around her like a dark, maddening vortex, were closing in. The battle raged on, the sound of clashing magic and the whispers of the dead echoing through the mirror realm like the howling of wolves. Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding determination. She knew that she had to stop these twisted, corrupted gods, no matter the cost. As Persephone delved deeper into the labyrinthine realm, she began to notice a peculiar resonance emanating from the air. It was as if the very fabric of reality was humming, a low-pitched vibration that resonated within her chest. The farther she ventured, the more pronounced the hum grew, until it became almost deafening. Suddenly the walls of the realm began to ripple and undulate, as if they were alive. Persephone felt a shiver run down her spine as the ripples coalesced into a shimmering portal. The portal pulsed with an otherworldly energy, beckoning her closer. Without thinking, Persephone threw the shimmering gateway and found herself in a realm that defied comprehension. The landscape twisted and contorted like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. The sky above was a sickly shade of pink, their branches like grasping fingers that seemed to reach for her. As she gazed upon the twisted realm, Persephone beheld the gods, or rather, their reflections. Zeus, the king of the skies, stood before her, his eyes blazing with malevolent intensity. His face was twisted into a grotesque grimace, his once regal features now distorted into a visage of pure malevolence. Poseidon, the ruler of the depths, loomed beside him, his trident crackling with dark energy. His eyes burned with an inner fire, as if the very essence had been corrupted by some ancient and malevolent force. Hades, her own beloved husband, stood at the edge of the gathering, his eyes black as coal, his face a death's mask of indifference. His presence seemed to draw the very life force from the air, leaving Persephone feeling drained and weak. The other gods and goddesses of Olympus stood arrayed before her, their reflections twisted and corrupted, their faces distorted into grotesque parodies of their true selves. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, now wore a face twisted into a cruel sneer, her eyes blazing with cold calculation. Apollo, the god of the sun, shone with a sickly, feverish light, his face a death's mask of pale skin and sunken eyes. Artemis, the huntress, stood at the edge of the gathering, her eyes blazing with a feral intensity, her face twisted into a snarling mask of fury, seemed to reverberate through the air. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, she felt a creeping sense of dread. These were not the gods she knew, the ones she had grown to love and respect. These were monstrous parodies, twisted and corrupted by some ancient and malevolent force. "What sorcery is this?" Persephone asked, her voice trembling. The gods, or rather, their reflections, did not respond. Instead, they simply stood, their eyes fixed upon her, their faces twisted into a macabre grimace. Persephone felt a growing sense of unease, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The gods, the pillars of the universe, stood before her, their reflections twisted and corrupted. She knew then that she had stumbled upon something ancient and malevolent, a force that threatened to break the boundaries between the mirror realm and the world of the living. As she gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, Persephone knew that she had to find a way to stop this malevolent force, to prevent it from breaking into the real world. She had to find a way to restore the gods to their true selves, to banish the twisted reflections back into the mirror realm. But as she stood there, frozen in horror, Persephone realized that she was alone. The gods, her allies and friends, were gone, replaced by these monstrous parodies. She was the only one who could stop this malevolent force, the only one who could save the world from the twisted reflections of the gods. With a resolute determination, Persephone steeled herself for the task ahead. She knew it would be a perilous journey, one that would take her to the depths of the underworld, to the very heart of the malevolent force that had corrupted the gods. But she was Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and she would not falter. She would find a way to restore the gods to their true selves, to banish the twisted reflections back into the mirror realm. For the fate of the world, she would not fail. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, I couldn't help but wonder if I was losing my grip on sanity. The reflections of the gods I encountered were becoming more and more twisted, like grotesque caricatures of their former selves. Athena, once wise and just, now cackled maniacally as she toyed with a miniature replica of the Acropolis, crushing it beneath her heel. Poseidon, once powerful and majestic, now thrashed about in a fit of rage, his trident crackling with dark energy as he summoned tidal waves to crash against the mirrored shores. Even Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, now sat upon a throne of dark crystal, his eyes blazing with an unnatural hunger as he devoured the very fabric of reality. I stumbled through the twisted landscapes, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to keep my wits about me. Every step I took seemed to lead me deeper into the heart of madness, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led on a merry chase by some malevolent force. The mirror realm seemed to be playing tricks on me, warping my perceptions and blurring the lines between reality and illusion. As I navigated the labyrinthine paths, I stumbled upon a clearing, and in its center stood a figure that made my blood run cold. It was Aphrodite, once beautiful goddess of love and beauty, now twisted into a grotesque parody of herself. Her face was stretched into a macabre grin, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy as she beckoned to me with a gesture. "Persephone, dear one," she crooned, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. "Come closer, and I shall show you the secrets of the mirror realm." I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to flee, but my curiosity got the better of me. I edged closer, my senses on high alert as I gazed into her eyes. They seemed to hold a mesmerizing power, drawing me in with an irresistible force. "Aphrodite, what's happened to you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The goddess's grin grew wider, her eyes flashing with a malevolent glee. "Ah, Persephone, I've discovered the secret to true power," she purred. "In this realm, I am free to unleash my true nature, unencumbered by the petty morals and ethics of the mortal world." As she spoke, her form began to shift and contort, her body elongating and twisting until she resembled a dark, serpentine creature, its coils entwining around the mirrored trees. I watched in horror as her face stretched and distorted, her features melting like wax in a furnace. "You see, Persephone, in this realm, I am the queen of chaos, the mistress of darkness and despair," she hissed, her voice now a low, guttural growl. "And soon I shall break free of this prison and unleash my wrath upon the world of mortals." I stumbled backward, my heart racing with fear as I realized the true extent of the danger that lurked within the mirror realm. If Aphrodite, twisted and corrupted as she was, were to break free, the consequences would be catastrophic. The world of mortals would be plunged into darkness and chaos, and the gods themselves would be powerless to stop her. I had to find a way out of this twisted realm, and back to the world of the living. I knew that I had to warn the gods, to rally them against the coming threat. But as I turned to flee, I found myself surrounded by the twisted reflections of the gods, their eyes blazing with an unnatural hunger. "You should not have come here, Persephone," Athena cackled, her eyes burning with an otherworldly energy. Now, you shall join us, forever trapped in this realm of twisted reflections. I raised my hands, summoning the power of the underworld, calling upon the darkness that lurked within me. The air around me began to ripple and distort, as if reality itself was bending to my will. The twisted reflections of the gods took a step back, their eyes flashing with uncertainty. I will not be trapped, I declared, my voice firm and resolute. I will escape this realm and warn the gods of the coming threat, and I will ensure that you, twisted reflections, are banished back to the depths of the mirror realm where you belong. The twisted reflections snarled and snapped, their forms shifting and contorting as they closed in on me. I raised my hands, channeling the power of the underworld, and summoned a wave of dark energy to wash over them. The reflections howled and screamed as the power enveloped them, their forms beginning to dissipate and fade. I took advantage of the distraction, turning to make a dash for the edge of the mirror realm. But as I ran, I felt the presence of the mirror realm's master, the being who had orchestrated this twisted game from the very beginning. I could sense its power, a dark and ancient force that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. "You should not have come here, Persephone," it whispered, its voice a cold, dark wind that sent shivers down my spine. "Now you shall pay the price for your meddling." I felt the ground beneath me give way, and I stumbled, my vision blurring as the mirror realm seemed to spin around me. I was trapped, with no escape in sight, and the twisted reflections closing in on me like a deadly vice. The master of the mirror realm was about to make its move, and I was powerless to stop it. As Persephone delved deeper into the labyrinthine reflections, she began to notice a subtle yet unsettling resonance, like the hum of a lyre string plucked to its breaking point. The air seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality was straining to contain the twisted duplicates. She came upon a reflection of Zeus, his Olympian majesty now a grotesque parody, his eyes blazing with an unholy intensity. His lightning bolts crackled with dark power, and his voice boomed with a malevolent laughter that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. This twisted Zeus reveled in the chaos and destruction he sowed, his power feeding on the suffering of others. Persephone felt a pang of horror and revulsion, her hand instinctively reaching for the comforting presence of Demeter's amulet. But even the symbol of her mother's love and protection seemed feeble against the malevolent might of this dark reflection. As she gazed upon the twisted Zeus, the reflection began to shift, its form blurring and distorting like a reflection on rippling water. The image fragmented, shattering into shards of broken glass that reassembled into a new, even more terrifying forms. Persephone beheld a reflection of Poseidon, his majestic form now a monstrous tentacled horror, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly green light. The sea god's trident crackled with dark energy, its power drawing forth great whirlpools of the mirror realm, sucking in the surrounding reflections like a maelstrom. This twisted Poseidon reveled in the destruction he wrought, its malevolent presence drawing Persephone in with an unholy fascination. Persephone felt herself being drawn closer, her feet moving of their own accord, as if some dark force compelled her to confront the twisted reflection. But she knew she had to resist, to break free from the mirror realm's hold before it was too late. With a Herculean effort, she wrenched her gaze away from the twisted Poseidon, her eyes watering from the sheer intensity of the reflection. As she turned to flee, she caught a glimpse of a twisted reflection of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, now a cold, calculating monstrosity, its eyes blazing with an icy intelligence. This dark Athena regarded her with a calculating gaze, its presence radiating an aura of detached curiosity, as if it studied Persephone like a specimen under a microscope. The twisted reflection's words dripped with venomous malice, its tone devoid of any warmth or empathy. "Ah, Persephone, queen of the underworld," the dark Athena crooned, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves and forgotten knowledge. "You are so curious, so fragile. I wonder how long it will take for you to succumb to the mirror realm's allure. Will you be the first to fall, or will you resist, and thus become the most intriguing specimen of all?" Persephone felt a shiver run down her spine, as the twisted Athena's words dripped with an unholy fascination, its gaze piercing through her very essence. She knew she had to escape, to break free from the mirror realm's hold before it was too late. With a desperation born of fear, Persephone turned to find her way back to the entrance of the mirror realm. But as she turned, the reflections seemed to shift, the labyrinthine pathways twisting and turning upon themselves, like a maze of broken glass. Every step she took, the reflections seemed to close in, the twisted duplicates of the gods closing in like a deadly trap. Persephone felt the air growing colder, the energy of the mirror realm building to a catastrophic crescendo. She knew she had to move, to keep moving, or risk being consumed by the twisted reflections, swallowed whole by the abyss of broken glass and shattered dreams. With a desperate cry, Persephone lunged forward, her heart pounding in her chest, her feet pounding against the glassy surface of the mirror realm. As she ran, the reflections blurred, the images of the twisted gods and goddesses blending into a kaleidoscope of broken glass and shattered light. Persephone felt herself being pulled apart, her very essence torn asunder by the conflicting energies of the mirror realm, her screams echoing through the labyrinthine corridors. She stumbled, her feet faltering, her body trembling with exhaustion. The reflections closed in, the twisted duplicates of the gods looming over her, their eyes blazing with an unholy power. Persephone knew she was at the precipice of disaster, the mirror realm on the brink of breaking into the real world. With a final desperate cry, she flung herself forward, her body arcing through the glassy surface of the mirror realm, shattering the reflections like a fragile vase. As she emerged on the other side, Persephone felt the cool, crisp air of the underworld envelop her, the familiar sense of the river Styx, and the whispering shades of the departed comforting her. She stumbled, her legs trembling with exhaustion, her heart still racing from the horrors she had faced. But even as she stumbled, Persephone knew she had to warn the gods, to alert them to the danger that lurked in the mirror realm. She knew she had to find a way to stop them, to prevent the twisted reflections from breaking into the real world, and unleashing a catastrophe upon the Olympian gods and mortals alike. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were changing. At first they seemed to be identical to their counterparts in the real world, but as she progressed, she started to detect subtle differences. Athena's eyes, usually bright and wise, seemed clouded, as if she were hiding secrets. Poseidon's trident, normally powerful and majestic, appeared twisted, its prongs resembling grasping fingers, and Zeus's smile, usually warm and benevolent, now seemed sinister, as if he were plotting something sinister. Persephone's curiosity was piqued, and she continued to explore the realm, searching for answers. She stumbled upon a reflection of Hades, his dark hair now a deep fiery red, his eyes glowing like embers. He stood before a throne, his hand grasping a scepter that crackled with dark energy. Persephone felt a shiver run down her spine as she realized that this Hades was not the king of the underworld she knew. This version was malevolent and seemed to be waiting for something or someone. Suddenly, the reflection of Hades spoke, its voice low and menacing. "Ah, Persephone, queen of the underworld, you've finally found me. I've been waiting for you." Persephone's heart raced as the reflection began to move towards her, its eyes fixed on hers. She took a step back, but the mirror realm seemed to shift and twist, preventing her from retreating. "You're not the Hades I know," Persephone stammered, trying to hide the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. "Ah, but I am," the reflection replied, its voice dripping with malice. "I am the Hades that lurks in the shadows, the one who craves power and control, and you, Persephone, are the key to unlocking my true potential," it hissed. Persephone's mind raced as she tried to comprehend the implications of the reflection's words. If this twisted version of Hades broke into the real world, it would mean disaster for the entire realm. She knew she had to find a way to stop it. As she pondered her next move, the reflection of Hades began to change, its form shifting and contorting until it resembled a grotesque, monstrous creature, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly energy. Persephone knew she had to act fast, or risk being consumed by the malevolent force that threatened to break free. With a surge of determination, Persephone turned and fled, racing through the twisting corridors of the mirror world, desperate to find a way to stop the twisted reflection of Hades before a great dark portal. The portal pulsed with energy, its surface rippling like a living thing. As Persephone approached, the reflection of Hades appeared beside her, its eyes fixed on the portal. "You can't stop me, Persephone," it sneered, its voice dripping with contempt. "I will break free, and when I do, I will remake the world in my image." Persephone knew she had to act, and fast. With a deep breath, she reached out, her hand closing around the reflection's wrist. The creature's eyes flashed with anger as it tried to shake her off, but Persephone held firm, her determination fueled by her determination to protect the world she loved. As she held onto the reflection, Persephone began to feel a strange energy building within her. It was as if the power of the underworld, the realm she had grown to love, was coursing through her veins. With a burst of strength, she pulled the reflection towards her, their eyes locking in a battle of wills. For a moment, the two stood frozen, their eyes locked in a struggle that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mirror realm. Persephone could feel the power of the underworld surging through her, and she knew that she was the only one who could stop the twisted reflection of Hades. As the standoff continued, The mirror realm around them began to distort and ripple, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. Persephone knew she had to end the battle, and fast, or risk being consumed by the malevolent force that threatened to break free. With a surge of determination, she pushed forward, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. The reflection of Hades stumbled back, its eyes flashing with anger, as Persephone's grip on its wrist tightened. For a moment the two stood frozen, their eyes locked in a battle that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mirror realm. And then, in a burst of light, the mirror realm seemed to shatter, the reflection of Hades vanishing into nothingness. As the realm dissolved, Persephone stumbled back, her heart racing with exhaustion. She knew she had stopped the twisted reflection, but she also knew that the mirror realm still held secrets, and that she would have to return to uncover them. As she stumbled back into the real world, Persephone knew that her journey was far from over. She had saved the world from the twisted reflection of Hades, but she knew that there were more secrets lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered, and she was determined to find them, no matter the cost. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more disturbing. I saw a reflection of Poseidon, his trident transformed into a twisted serpentine tendrils that slithered through the air, as if searching for prey. His eyes burned with an otherworldly green fire, and his voice boomed with a cacophony of screams and wails. Nearby, a reflection of Athena, her wise and compassionate face contorted into a grotesque mask of cruelty. Her eyes blazed with an icy blue fire, and her hands grasped a spear that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. Her reflection spoke in a voice that sent shivers down my spine, her words dripping with malevolent intent. "The time of reckoning draws near. Mortal," she hissed. "The veil between worlds will be torn asunder, and the gods will be reborn in their true twisted glory." I shuddered at the horror, my heart racing with fear. How could these reflections, these twisted echoes of the gods, threaten to break into the real world? What dark power fueled their malevolent existence? As I turned to flee, I saw a reflection of Artemis, her usually radiant face now twisted into a cruel grimace. Her eyes burned with a fierce golden light that seemed to sear the air around her. Her hands grasped a bough that seemed to writhe and twist in her grasp as if alive. "You should not have come here, Persephone," she growled, her voice like the scraping of bones. "You should not have meddled in the affairs of the gods." I realized that each reflection I saw was a twisted aspect of the gods, each one representing a dark, malevolent force that lurked within their divine nature. These reflections were not just echoes of the gods, but actual sentient beings, born from the darkest recesses of their own psyches. As I gazed upon the twisted reflections, I saw a glimmer of understanding. The gods, in all their glory and power, were not immune to the flaws and weaknesses that afflicted mortals. They too were subject to the whims of fate and the darker aspects of their own souls. But why then did these reflections threaten to break into the real world? What drove them to seek dominion over the mortal realm?
I knew I had to find the answer, no matter the danger. I pressed on, deeper into the heart of the twisted mirror realm, determined to unravel the mystery that lurked at its core.
As I ventured deeper, the air grew thick with an eerie, pulsating energy, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The reflections of the gods grew more twisted, their forms shifting and contorting in ways that defied mortal comprehension. I saw a reflection of Ares, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, his eyes blazing with a fiery red light. His reflection spoke in a voice that was a cacophony of screams and wails, his words dripping with bloodlust. "The time of war is near, mortal," he growled. "The gods will unleash their wrath upon the world, and all will bow to our power." Nearby, a reflection of Hephaestus, his face twisted into a mask of madness, his eyes blazing with a fierce golden light. His reflection spoke in a voice that was a symphony of clanging hammers, his words dripping with a maddening intensity. "The fires of creation will be unleashed, mortal," he cackled. "The very fabric of reality will be reshaped in our image, and all will bow to our power." The twisted reflections of the gods grew more and more disturbing, their forms shifting and contorting in ways that defied mortal comprehension. I saw a reflection of Demeter, her usually maternal face twisted into a grotesque mask of despair, her eyes blazing with a fierce golden light. Her voice was a lament of sorrow and loss, her words with a deep, abiding grief. I saw a reflection of Apollo, his usually radiant face twisted into a mask of cold, calculating cruelty. His eyes blazed with a fierce golden light, his voice a symphony of cold, calculating logic. "The time of reason is near, mortal," he declared. "The gods' wrath will be tempered by the fires of reason, and all will bow to our power." As I gazed upon the twisted reflections, I realized that each one represented a dark, malevolent force that lurked within the gods themselves. These reflections were not just echoes of the gods, but actual, sentient beings, born from the darkest recesses of their own psyches. I knew I had to be stopped. No matter the danger, I pressed on, deeper into the heart of the twisted mirror realm, determined to unravel the mystery that lurked at its core. As I ventured deeper, the air grew thick with an eerie, pulsating energy, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The reflections of the gods grew more twisted, their forms shifting and contorting in ways that defied mortal comprehension. I saw a reflection of Zeus, his usually powerful face twisted into a grotesque mask of tyranny. His eyes blazed with a fierce electric light, his voice a thunderclap of authority. "The time of reckoning is near," he declared. "The gods will assert their dominance over the mortal realm, and all will bow to our power." As I gazed upon the reflection of Zeus, I knew I had reached the heart of the twisted mirror realm. The dark, malevolent forces that lurked within the gods themselves was about to be unleashed upon the world. I stood tall, my heart pounding with fear, my determination to stop the reflections from breaking into the real world. I was the only one who could stop them, the only one who could save the world from the twisted, malevolent forces that lurked within the gods themselves. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and I was the only one who could tip the scales in favor of humanity. I steeled myself for the final confrontation, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. The twisted reflections of the gods closed in, their eyes blazing with malevolent intent. I raised my hands ready to face the darkness that lurked within the gods themselves. The battle for the fate of the world was about to begin. As Persephone delved deeper into the labyrinthine realm, she encountered more distorted reflections of the Olympians. Athena's mirror image was a hunched, crooked figure with eyes that burned like hot coals, her wisdom and strategic mind replaced by a madness that drove her to construct twisted, impossible contraptions. Poseidon's reflection was a bloated, slimy creature that seemed to seep oil from its pores, its trident crackling with dark energy that threatened to shatter the very fabric of reality. The further she ventured, the more Persephone realized that the reflections were not just twisted versions of the gods, but also seemed to be absorbing the darkness from the mortal world. The mirror realm was a conduit, a portal that drew in the shadows and fears of humanity, feeding them back into the Olympian reflections. It was as if the gods themselves were being corrupted, their divine essence tainted by the darkness that lurked within every mortal heart. As she navigated the ever-shifting landscape, Persephone stumbled upon a twisted reflection of Zeus, the king of the gods. His mirror image was a massive, hulking creature with eyes that blazed like stars gone mad. The air around it crackled with electricity, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart by its presence. The reflection's voice boomed, a cacophony of thunder that shook the foundations of the realm. "You should not have come here, Persephone," the reflection of Zeus growled, its voice like the rumble of an avalanche. "You should not have meddled in the affairs of the gods." Persephone stood tall, her determination and courage unwavering in the face of this abomination. "I will not stand idly by while the gods are corrupted by the darkness of the mortal world," she declared, her voice steady and resolute. "I will not let the reflections of the Olympians break into the real world and bring chaos and destruction upon humanity." The reflection of Zeus laughed, a sound that shook the very foundations of the realm. "You think you can stop us, little queen of the underworld," it sneered. "We are the reflections of the gods, and we will not be defeated by a mere mortal." As the reflection of Zeus spoke, the air around it began to distort and ripple, as if reality itself was being torn apart. Persephone felt the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble, and she knew that she had to act fast. She reached deep within herself, drawing upon the power of the underworld and the ancient magic that coursed through her veins. With a cry of determination, Persephone unleashed a blast of energy that struck the reflection of Zeus, sending it stumbling backward, its massive form crashing to the ground. The realm shook and trembled, as if the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder. As the reflection of Zeus struggled to rise, Persephone knew that she had to end this. Confrontation quickly. She summoned all her strength, channeling the power of the underworld into a single, mighty strike. With a cry of fury, she struck the reflection of Zeus, unleashing a blast of energy that shattered the mirror image and sent it crashing to the ground. The realm trembled and shook, as if the very foundations of reality were being rewritten. Persephone stood tall, her chest heaving with exhaustion as the reflection of Zeus dissipated into nothingness. The mirror realm began to unravel, the twisted reflections of the Olympians fading away into the darkness, as if they had never existed. Persephone knew that she had won a crucial battle. but she also knew that the war was far from over. The mirror realm was still a conduit, a portal that drew in the darkness from the mortal world, feeding it back into the Olympian reflections. She knew that she had to find a way to close the portal, to sever the connection between the mortal world and the mirror realm. As she stood there, her determination and courage unwavering, Persephone realized that she was not alone. She felt a presence, a gentle touch on her shoulder, a soft whisper in her ear. "Persephone, you are not alone," the voice whispered. "I am with you always." Persephone turned, and her heart swelled with joy as she saw Demeter standing beside her, her eyes shining with a fierce determination. "Mother," Persephone exclaimed, embracing Demeter tightly, "I was so afraid I would never see you again." Demeter's face was set in a determined expression. "I will never leave you, Persephone," she vowed. "Together we will close the portal and stop the reflections of the Olympians from breaking into the real world." Persephone nodded, a sense of hope and determination. Together she and Demeter set out to find a way to close the portal, to sever the connection between the mortal world and the mirror realm. The battle was far from over, but with Demeter by her side, Persephone knew that she could face anything that the mirror realm threw at her. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine realm, Persephone realized that the journey ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty. But she also knew that she was not alone, and that with Demeter by her side, she could overcome any obstacle, no matter how daunting it seemed. The fate of the Olympian gods and the future of humanity hung in the balance, and Persephone was determined to save them all. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections that were increasingly distorted. The once familiar faces of the gods now twisted into grotesque parodies, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. Athena's reflection gazed back at Persephone, its eyes blazing like stars, but instead of wisdom, its gaze seemed to pierce through her very soul, as if it sought to unravel the threads of her own being. The mirrored Athena's skin was deathly pale, and its lips curled into a cruel smile, as if it reveled in the secrets it kept. Persephone felt a shiver run down her spine as she beheld the twisted reflection. She knew that Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was known for her unfaltering logic and justice. But this mirrored version seemed to defy those very principles, radiating an aura of malevolent intent. As she ventured further, Persephone encountered the reflection of Poseidon, the king of the deep. His mirrored form loomed before her, its eyes blazing like the very heart of the earth. But instead of the wise and powerful ruler she knew, this twisted reflection seemed to writhe and twist, as if it were a living embodiment of the turbulent seas. The mirrored Poseidon's skin was a deep, foreboding blue, and its voice rumbled like the crashing of waves. Yet despite its imposing presence, Persephone sensed a madness lurking beneath the surface, a turmoil that threatened to consume everything in its path. She pressed on, her heart pounding in her chest, as she encountered the reflections of the other gods. Each one seemed more distorted, more twisted, and more menacing than the last. The mirrored Apollo's face was a deathly pale, its eyes sunken and cold, as if it had lost all connection to the radiant, life-giving power of the sun. The reflection of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, gazed back at Persephone with eyes that shone like the cold, unforgiving light of the moon. Its skin was deathly pale, and its lips curled into a cruel, mirthless smile, as if it took pleasure in the hunt, rather than the preservation of life. As Persephone navigated the twisted labyrinth of reflections, she began to realize that these mirrored gods were not simply distorted echoes of their true selves. They seemed to be alive, pulsing with a dark energy that threatened to break free of the realm and invade the world of the living. The air grew thick with an otherworldly presence, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. Persephone felt the weight of her responsibility, the burden of her discovery. She knew that she had to find a way to stop these twisted reflections, to prevent them from breaking into the world of the living. But as she delved deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, she began to sense that she was not alone. A presence lurked, watching her, waiting for her to make a move. Persephone spun around, her heart racing as she tried to pinpoint the location of the unseen observer. The mirrored gods, sensing her unease, began to stir, their eyes glowing with an increased intensity. The air seemed to vibrate with an ominous energy, as if the very fate of the world hung in the balance. Persephone knew that she had to act, to find a way to stop the mirrored gods before they broke free of the realm. But as she searched the labyrinth, she realized that she was trapped, surrounded by the twisted reflections of the gods she had once revered. The mirrored Athena's gaze pierced through her, its eyes blazing with an intense, malevolent energy. The mirrored Poseidon's voice rumbled, its voice like the crashing of waves, as it seemed to whisper secrets in her ear. The secrets of the underworld, the secrets of the gods, and the secrets of the twisted realm. Persephone felt her resolve begin to falter, as the gods seemed to close in around her. She knew that she had to find a way to escape, to outwit the twisted reflections and prevent them from breaking into the realm of the living. But as she turned to flee, she realized that the labyrinth was shifting, its walls reforming to trap her. The mirrored gods seemed to be herding her, driving her towards some unknown fate, and Persephone knew that she was running out of time, that the fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. With a surge of determination, she pushed forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She would not be trapped, she would not be defeated. Persephone, queen of the underworld, would find a way to outwit the twisted gods and save the world from their dark influence. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted. Apollo's radiant smile twisted into a grotesque grin, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly intensity. Artemis's wise gaze turned cold and calculating, her silver bow crackling with dark energy. Even Athena's wise, benevolent face was marred by a malevolent glint, her owl perched on her shoulder gazing at me with an unblinking gaze. I wandered through the twisted landscape, the mirrored gods watching me with an unnerving silence. The air was heavy with an electric tension, as if the very fabric of reality was straining to contain the twisted energies that seethed within this realm. Every step I took seemed to echo through the mirrored landscape, as if I was awakening a slumbering beast. As I delved deeper, I came upon a reflection of Zeus, his regal form towering above the twisted landscape like a colossal statue. His eyes, normally blazing with authority and power, now burned with an unholy intensity, his lightning bolts crackling with dark energy. The air around him seemed to ripple and distort, as if his presence was warping the very fabric of reality. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I approached the twisted reflection of the king of the gods. There was something ancient and malevolent about this version of Zeus, a sense of primal power that seemed to emanate from his very being. I could feel the weight of his gaze upon me, as if he was waiting for me, his patience worn thin by the passing of eons. Suddenly, the twisted reflection of Zeus spoke, its voice like thunder and a gentle breeze, its words dripping with an otherworldly menace. Persephone, queen of the underworld, I have awaited your arrival for eons. You who have danced with death and wielded the power of the shadows. You who have tempted the very fabric of reality with your presence. I shall show you the true meaning of power. As the twisted reflection of Zeus spoke, the mirrored landscape around us began to ripple and distort, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel at the seams. The air grew thick with anticipation, as if the mirrored gods themselves were holding their collective breath in expectation of some cataclysmic event. I felt the weight of the twisted reflection's gaze upon me, as if it was savoring the moment of my downfall. With a wave of its hand, the twisted reflection of Zeus summoned forth a host of twisted creatures, their forms blurring and shifting like living shadows. They swirled around me, their dark ethereal bodies undulating like living tendrils of smoke. I felt a sense of primal fear rising within me, as I realized that I was surrounded by creatures born from the very fabric of the mirrored realm. The twisted reflection of Zeus laughed, its voice like thunder and a gentle breeze, its words dripping with an otherworldly menace. Behold, Persephone, the true power of the mirrored realm. These creatures are born from the very essence of the gods, twisted and distorted by the reflections of their own dark desires. They shall be your escort into the depths of this realm, and your guide on the path to ultimate power. As the twisted reflection of Zeus spoke, the host of twisted creatures surged forward, their ethereal forms blurring and shifting as they moved. I felt a sense of disorientation wash over me, as if I was being pulled into a realm beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension. The mirrored landscape around us seemed to ripple and distort, as if reality itself was warping and bending to accommodate the twisted desires of the mirrored gods. I raised my hands, and the shadows around me seemed to coalesce into tangible forms, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. The twisted creatures halted their approach, their ethereal bodies undulating like living tendrils of smoke. I felt a sense of primal power coursing through me, as if I was tapping into the very fabric of reality itself. The twisted reflection of Zeus laughed again, its voice like thunder and a breeze, its words dripping with an otherworldly menace. Ah, Persephone, you wield the power of the shadows, but do you have the strength to wield the power of the mirrored realm? Let us see, queen of the underworld, if you have the courage to face the twisted reflections of the gods. As the twisted reflection of Zeus spoke, the mirrored landscape around us seemed to ripple and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The air grew thick with anticipation, as if the mirrored gods themselves were holding their collective breath in expectation of some cataclysmic event. I felt the weight of the twisted reflection's gaze upon me, as if it was savoring the moment of my downfall. With a wave of its hand, the twisted reflection of Zeus summoned forth a host of twisted, nightmarish creatures, their forms blurring and shifting like living shadows. They swirled around me, their dark, ethereal bodies undulating like living tendrils of smoke. I felt a sense of primal fear rising within me, as I realized that I was surrounded by creatures born from the very fabric of the mirrored realm. The battle that ensued was a blur of darkness and shadow, as I wielded the power of the underworld against the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm. The air was thick with the stench of ozone and smoke, as the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel at the seams. I felt the weight of the twisted reflection's gaze upon me, as if it was savoring the moment of my downfall. But I refused to yield, drawing upon the primal power of the underworld to fuel my counterattack. The shadows around me seemed to coalesce into tangible forms, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. The twisted creatures of the mirrored realm stumbled and fell, their dark, ethereal bodies dissipating into nothingness as they were consumed by the shadows. As the battle raged on, I felt the power of the underworld coursing through my veins, as if I was tapping into the very fabric of reality itself. The twisted reflection of Zeus watched me with an unblinking gaze, its eyes burning with an unholy intensity. I knew that I was but a mere mortal, but I also knew that I wielded the power of the shadows. And so I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of the mirrored realm. The battle raged on, with the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm arrayed against me. But I refused to yield, drawing upon the primal power of the underworld to fuel my counterattack. The shadows around me seemed to come alive, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. As the battle raged on, I began to realize that the twisted reflection of Zeus was not the only one watching me. The other mirrored gods seemed to be awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me, as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of the mirrored realm. The battle raged on, with the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm arrayed against me, but I refused to yield, drawing upon the primal power of the underworld to fuel my counterattack. The shadows around me seemed to come alive, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. As the battle raged on, I felt the power of the underworld coursing through my veins. I was the queen of the underworld, and I would not be defeated by the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm. I would uncover the secrets of this realm, no matter the cost. And so, I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the truth. But as I delved deeper into the mirrored realm, I began to realize that I was not alone. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me, as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of the mirrored realm. The battle raged on, with the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm arrayed against me, but I refused to yield, drawing upon the primal power of the underworld to fuel my counterattack. The shadows around me seemed to come alive, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. As the battle raged on, I felt the power of the underworld coursing through my veins. I was the queen of the underworld, and I would not be defeated by the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm. I would uncover the secrets of this realm, no matter the cost. And so I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the truth. But as I delved deeper into the mirrored realm, I began to realize that I was not alone. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me, as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I knew that I had to be careful, for I was walking a thin line between the power of the underworld and the power of the mirrored realm. One misstep, and I would be consumed by the twisted reflections of the gods. But I refused to yield, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of this realm. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more distorted. Poseidon's majestic form was twisted into a grotesque sea monster, his trident crackling with dark energy. Hades' wise, benevolent face was marred by a cruel grin, his helm of darkness seeming to suffocate the light around him. Even Demeter's gentle, nurturing form was twisted into a monstrous fertility goddess. her touch seeming to wither and decay all that was around her. I wandered through the twisted landscape, the mirrored gods watching me with an unnerving silence. The air was heavy with an otherworldly tension, as if the very fabric of reality was straining to contain the twisted energies that seethed within this realm. Every step I took seemed to echo through the mirrored landscape, as if I was awakening a slumbering beast. As I delved deeper into the mirrored realm, I began to realize that I was not alone. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I knew that I had to be careful, for I was walking a thin line between the power of the underworld and the power of the mirrored realm. One misstep, and I would be consumed by the twisted reflections of the gods. But I refused to yield, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of this realm. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more distorted. Hera's majestic form was twisted into a grotesque, monstrous creature, her eyes blazing with a fierce maternal fury. Ares' bold warrior form was marred by a cruel, sadistic grin, his spear crackling with dark energy. Even Aphrodite's beautiful, loving form was twisted into a monstrous, seductive creature, her touch seeming to corrupt and decay all that was around her. I wandered through the twisted landscape, the mirrored gods watching me with an unnerving silence. The air was heavy with an otherworldly tension, as if the very fabric of reality was straining to contain the twisted energies that seethed within this realm. Every step I took seemed to echo through the mirrored landscape, as if I was awakening a slumbering beast. As I delved deeper into the mirrored realm, I began to realize that I was not alone. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me, as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I knew that I had to be careful, for I was walking a thin line between the power of the underworld and the power of the mirrored realm. One misstep, and I would be consumed by the twisted reflections of the gods. But I refused to yield, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of this realm. As I ventured deeper into the mirrored realm, the twisted reflections of the gods grew more distorted. Dionysus's charismatic form was twisted into a monstrous drunken creature, his thyrsus crackling with dark energy. Hephaestus's clever, inventive form was marred by a cruel, sadistic grin, his forge seeming to belch forth twisted, nightmarish creations. Even Artemis's wise, gentle form was twisted into a monstrous hunting creature, her silver bow crackling with dark energy. I wandered through the twisted landscape, the mirrored gods watching me with an unnerving silence. The air was heavy with an otherworldly tension, as if the very fabric of reality was straining to contain the twisted energies that seethed within this realm. Every step I took seemed to echo through the mirrored landscape, as if I was awakening a slumbering beast. As I delved deeper into the mirrored realm, I began to realize that I was not alone. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, their twisted reflections stirring from their slumber. I felt a sense of unease wash over me as I realized that I was not alone in this realm. The mirrored gods themselves were awakening, and they would stop at nothing to claim the power of the mirrored realm for themselves. I knew that I had to be careful, for I was walking a thin line between the power of the underworld and the power of the mirrored realm. One misstep, and I would be consumed by the twisted reflections of the gods. But I refused to yield, fueled by my determination to uncover the secrets of this realm. And so, I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the truth. The battle raged on, with the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm arrayed against me, but I refused to yield, drawing upon the primal power of the underworld to fuel my counterattack. The shadows around me seemed to come alive, as if the very essence of the underworld was responding to my call. As the battle raged on, I felt the power of the underworld coursing through my veins. I was the queen of the underworld, and I would not be defeated by the twisted creatures of the mirrored realm. I would uncover the secrets of this realm, no matter the cost. And so, I pressed on, fueled by my determination to uncover the truth. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections of gods she had never seen before. There was a twisted version of Athena, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy, her armor covered in dark, tar-like substance that seemed to writhe and twist like living serpents. This Athena's face was a grotesque parody of wisdom, her features distorted into a cruel, mocking grin. Nearby, a reflection of Apollo stood, his lyre transformed into a twisted, nightmarish instrument that seemed to emit a cacophony of discordant notes that sent shivers down Persephone's spine. His eyes blazed with a mad, wild energy, his face a twisted mockery of the serene, radiant countenance she had come to associate with the god of the sun. Persephone wandered through the twisted landscape, her heart heavy with a growing sense of unease. The mirror realm seemed to be warping and twisting, its reflections growing more and more distorted as she delved deeper into its depths. She saw a reflection of Artemis, her face elongated into a cruel wolf-like snout, her bow transformed into a twisted, thorn-covered instrument that seemed to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy. Everywhere she looked, Persephone saw reflections of the gods she knew and loved, twisted and distorted into monstrous, nightmarish forms. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, revealing a dark, sinister underbelly that lurked beneath the surface of the world. As she wandered through the twisted landscape, Persephone began to sense a presence watching her, a presence that seemed to bore into her very soul. She spun around, her heart pounding in her chest, but she knew she was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, a twisted reflection of Hades, his face a dark, malevolent parody of the god she knew. This Hades' eyes glowed with an otherworldly energy, his face twisted into a cruel, mocking grin. His very presence seemed to draw the air out of the room, leaving Persephone feeling suffocated, trapped in a living nightmare from which she could not awaken. "Welcome, little queen," the twisted Hades croaked, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "I have been waiting for you. You see, this realm is a reflection of the gods, a twisted, warped version of the world you know, and I am the master of this realm." Persephone tried to speak, but her voice was caught in her throat. She tried to move, but her legs seemed rooted to the spot. The twisted Hades began to circle around her, his voice like the crackling of flames. "You see, little queen, this realm is a reflection of the darkest aspects of the gods. It is a realm of twisted desires, of darkest fears, of the most primal, base instincts. And I am the one who rules over this realm, the one who keeps it in check, who prevents it from spilling over into the real one." Persephone's eyes locked onto the twisted Hades' words, her heart racing with a growing sense of horror. She knew that if this realm were to break into the real world, the consequences would be catastrophic. The very fabric of reality would unravel, plunging the world into chaos and destruction. "You must not let this realm break into the real world," Persephone stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. The twisted Hades chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "Oh, little queen, I have no intention of letting this realm break into the real world. At least not yet. You see, I have a plan to use this realm to my advantage, to gain power, to become the ruler of both realms." Persephone's eyes locked onto the Hades' twisted face, her heart racing with a sense of growing horror. She knew that she had to stop him, no matter the cost. She had to prevent this realm from breaking into the real world, no matter what it took. "I will not let you do this," Persephone stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "I will stop you, no matter what it takes." The twisted Hades chuckled, his voice like the flames. "We shall see, little queen, we shall see." As Persephone delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, she began to realize that the reflections of the gods were not only twisted, but also seemed to be gaining sentience. They moved of their own accord, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy that sent shivers down her spine. The air was thick with an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint whispers of the mirror gods, their words indistinguishable, but their malevolent intent clear. She navigated through a labyrinthine series of corridors, each one reflecting a different aspect of the gods. In one, she saw a reflection of Poseidon, his trident transformed into a twisted serpentine staff that seemed to writhe and twist in his hand. His eyes burned with a fierce, malevolent intensity, and his voice whispered dark incantations that sent shivers down her spine. In another, she saw a reflection of Athena, her armor tarnished and corroded, her face twisted into a macabre grimace. Her eyes seemed to hold a madness, a wild, unreasoning fury that made Persephone's skin crawl. The reflection's hands were clenched into fists, as if grasping for something just out of reach, and its voice whispered cryptic phrases that seemed to hold a dark, foreboding power. As she moved deeper into the heart of the realm, the reflections grew more and more distorted. She saw a reflection of Zeus, his lightning bolts transformed into dark, crackling tendrils of energy that seemed to writhe and twist in his hand. His eyes burned with a fierce, megalomaniacal ambition, and his voice boomed with a power that made the very air seem to tremble. But it was the reflection of Hades that sent the greatest chill down her spine. His eyes seemed to burn with a cold, calculating intelligence, and his voice whispered dark secrets that seemed to hold a terrible, ancient wisdom. His reflection was surrounded by a halo of darkness, as if the very shadows themselves into its power. Its hands were grasping, as if seeking to snatch something from the air, and its presence seemed to draw the very life force out of the realm itself. Persephone knew that she had to find a way to stop the mirror gods before they broke into the real world. She could feel the power of the mirror realm growing, its dark energy coursing through her veins like ice water. She knew that if the mirror gods were allowed to enter the mortal realm, the very fabric of reality would be torn asunder. As she moved deeper into the heart of the realm, she noticed that the reflections seemed to be drawing closer, their whispers growing louder, their eyes burning with an intense, malevolent energy. She knew that she was running out of time, and that she had to find a way to stop the mirror gods before they were unleashed upon the world. She quickened her pace, her heart pounding in her chest, her senses on high alert. She could feel the power of the mirror realm growing, its dark energy coursing through her veins like a river of ice. She knew that she was getting close, that the source of the mirror realm's power was near. As she turned a corner, she saw it, a great dark throne surrounded by a halo of twisted, nightmarish images. On the throne sat a reflection of herself, its eyes burning with a cold, calculating intelligence. The reflection's hand grasped a small, ornate box, adorned with intricate, twisted patterns that seemed to shift and writhe like snakes. The reflection's eyes locked onto hers, and a cold, mirthless laughter echoed through the realm. The reflection's voice whispered a single, terrible phrase: "You should not have come here, Persephone. You will never leave." Persephone knew that she was staring into the face of their leader, the queen of the mirror realm. She steeled herself for the battle ahead, knowing that she had to stop the mirror gods before they broke into the real world. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted. I saw a Zeus with eyes that burned like hot coals, his lightning bolts crackling with dark energy. His throne was twisted, its legs like snakes that seemed to writhe and hiss. Beside him, a Hera with skin like cracked porcelain, her crown a tangle of black vines that seemed to choke the life from her. I approached them cautiously, sensing the malevolent power that emanated from these twisted reflections. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and I could feel the weight of the mirror realm's dark magic bearing down upon me. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice firm despite the fear that trembled within me. "What sorcery is this that twists the gods into such abominations?" Zeus's reflection laughed, the sound like thunder in my ears. "We are the shadows of the gods," he declared, his voice like a crack of lightning. "The dark aspects of their power, given form and life in this realm." Hera's reflection spoke, her voice like a cold breeze that sent shivers down my spine. "We are the manifestations of their deepest fears, their darkest desires, and we will not be bound by the laws of the mortal world, by the laws of the mortal world, by the laws of the mortal." I saw then that the reflections of the gods were not just physical, but also moral. They were the embodiment of the darker aspects of the gods' personalities, the darker aspects of their power. "You seek to break into the mortal world," I accused, my hand on the hilt of my dagger. Zeus's reflection grinned, his teeth sharp as knives. "We seek to reclaim our rightful place among the gods, to supplant the originals, and rule with an iron fist." I knew then that I had to stop them, no matter the cost. I drew my dagger, its blade shining with a faint otherworldly light. The reflections of the gods laughed, their voices like a chorus of the damned. "You think a simple dagger can stop us?" Zeus's reflection sneered. "We are the shadows of the gods, Persephone. We are the darkness that lurks within every heart." I charged forward, my dagger flashing in the dim light of the mirror realm. The reflections of the gods laughed, their voices growing louder, more menacing. I struck at Zeus's reflection, but it was like striking at smoke. My blade passed through him without effect. Hera's reflection countered, her hand flashing out to strike me. I dodged, barely avoiding the blow. The reflection of Athena, twisted and grotesque, joined the fray, her spear flashing with dark energy. I danced and dodged, my dagger slicing through the air as I fought to keep the reflections of the gods at bay. But there were too many of them, too powerful. I stumbled, my dagger slipping from my grasp. As I fell, the reflections of the gods closed in, their twisted faces grinning with triumph. I knew then that I was doomed, that the mirror realm would soon break into the mortal world, and all would be lost. But even as the darkness closed in around me, I felt a presence, a power that I had not sensed before. It was ancient, older than the gods themselves. It was the power of the mirror realm, the power that bound the reflections of the gods to this twisted world. I reached out, my hand closing around the hilt of my dagger, now glowing with an intense otherworldly energy. I felt the power of the mirror realm flow through me, and I knew that I was the key to unlocking its secrets. With a cry of determination, I struck out, my dagger flashing with a light that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the mirror realm. The reflections of the gods stumbled back, their twisted faces contorted in pain. I took advantage of the distraction, striking out again and again, my dagger slicing through the air with a deadly rhythm. The reflections of the gods stumbled, fell, and dissipated, their twisted forms unraveling like smoke on the wind. As the last of the reflections vanished, the mirror realm began to unravel, its twisted structures crumbling like sandcastles in the tide. I stood tall, my dagger still shining with the power of the mirror realm. I knew then that I had saved the mortal world from the twisted reflections of the gods, but I also knew that the mirror realm still held secrets. Secrets that I was determined to uncover, for I was Persephone, queen of the underworld, and I would not rest until I had uncovered the truth about this twisted world and its dark magic. As I ventured deeper into the mirror realm, the reflections of the gods grew more distorted, their faces twisted in cruel smiles. Athena's reflection, once wise and benevolent, gazed at me with cold calculation, her eyes gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. Poseidon's reflection, once powerful and commanding, sneered at me, his trident trembling with an unnatural hunger. And Zeus's reflection, once mighty and just, laughed with a madness that chilled my very soul. I wandered through the twisted reflections, searching for a way to escape this realm, but every path I took led me deeper into the labyrinth of broken mirrors. The reflections of the gods seemed to be watching me, waiting for me to make a wrong move. I knew that if I stumbled they would pounce, and the mirror realm would burst into the world of the living. As I navigated the maze of reflections, I began to notice that was different about this realm. The reflections of the gods were not the only ones that dwelled here. There were others, creatures that defied explanation, born from the darkest corners of the gods' own psyches. They lurked in the shadows, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. I caught glimpses of a reflection of Ares, his face a twisted mass of scars, his eyes blazing with a fury that seemed to burn with an inner fire. Next to him stood a reflection of Aphrodite, her beauty warped into a grotesque parody of love. And beyond them I saw a reflection of Hades, his face a death's mask, his eyes burning with a cold, dark power. These creatures were not just reflections, but living, breathing entities, born from the darkest aspects of the gods' own souls. They seemed to be drawn to me, their eyes fixed on me with an unblinking gaze. I knew that if they touched me, I would be trapped in this realm forever, a prisoner of the gods' own darkest fears. As I delved deeper into the mirror realm, I stumbled upon a great hall of mirrors, where the reflections of the gods gathered, their twisted faces gazing at me with cold, calculating eyes. At the center of the hall stood a great throne, upon which sat a reflection of Cronus, the Titan king. His eyes burned with a madness that seemed to consume him whole. The reflection of Cronus spoke in a voice that was, and was not, the voice of the Titan king. "Welcome, Persephone, queen of the underworld. I have been waiting for you. You have entered this realm uninvited, but you will not leave unscathed. You will pay the price for your curiosity." I stood tall, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew that I had to fear this reflection of Cronus, for it was but a shadow of the true power of the gods. But I knew that I had to be careful, for this realm was treacherous, and the reflections of the gods were not to be underestimated. "I mean no disrespect," I said, my voice steady. "I stumbled upon this realm by accident. I will leave as soon as I can find my way out." The reflection of Cronus laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. "You will not leave so easily. You will have to pay the price for your intrusion. You will have to face the trials of the mirror realm." I steeled myself for what was to come. I knew that the trials would be difficult, but I was determined to overcome them. I was the queen of the underworld, and I would not be defeated by a realm of twisted reflections. "Let the trials begin," I said, my voice firm. The reflection of Cronus nodded, a cold, cruel smile spreading across his face. "Very well, the trials will begin, but be warned, Persephone, queen of the underworld, you will not emerge unscathed." With that, the hall of mirrors began to shift and change, the reflections of the gods moving to form a labyrinth of twisted corridors and dark chambers. I steeled myself for what was to come, knowing that the trials of the mirror realm would be the greatest challenge of my life. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were not just twisted, but also seemed to be watching her. The mirrored Aphrodite, with her beauty marred by cruel scars, gazed at Persephone with an unblinking stare. The reflected Apollo, his lyre replaced by a twisted thorn-like instrument, seemed to be playing a haunting melody that echoed through the realm. Persephone felt a shiver run down her spine as she realized that the reflections were not just mere illusions, but actual entities with their own consciousness. They seemed to be trapped within the mirror realm, unable to escape, and were now fixated on her. The mirrored Artemis, her huntress's bow replaced by a twisted barbed wire, seemed to be stalking Persephone, her gaze piercing through the darkness. As Persephone ventured further, she came across a mirrored Poseidon, his trident replaced by a twisted coral-like staff. He stood before a vast, dark ocean, its waves churning with an otherworldly energy. The mirrored Poseidon gazed at her with an unblinking stare, his eyes burning with an intense, malevolent power. Suddenly, the mirrored Poseidon raised his staff, and the dark ocean began to churn and foam. A massive, twisted creature emerged from the depths, its body a mass of writhing, pulsing tendrils. The creature's eyes glowed with an eldritch power as it began to move towards Persephone. Persephone knew she had to act fast, or risk being overwhelmed by the twisted creature and the mirrored gods. She reached deep within herself, calling upon the power of the underworld. The air around her began to chill, as the shadows seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing like living darkness. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a dark, swirling vortex, which enveloped the twisted creature. The creature let out a deafening scream as it was drawn into the vortex, its body contorting and twisting in ways that defied the laws of nature. As the creature was consumed by the vortex, Persephone turned her attention to the mirrored gods. She knew that she had to find a way to banish them back to their own realm, or risk them breaking into the real world. With a deep breath, Persephone began to speak, her voice echoing through the mirror realm. "I am Persephone, queen of the underworld, and I command you, twisted reflections, to return to your own realm. You do not belong in this world, and your presence threatens to unravel the very fabric of reality." The reflections of the gods seemed to stir, their twisted forms shifting and contorting in response to Persephone's words. The mirrored Aphrodite, her beauty still marred by cruel scars, spoke in a voice that was both familiar and yet utterly alien. "We are not just reflections, Persephone," the mirrored Aphrodite hissed. "We are the darker aspects of the gods, the shadows they cast, the secrets they keep, and we will not be silenced or banished so easily." Persephone steeled herself, knowing that she had to confront the darker aspects of the gods. She knew that the mirrored gods were not just twisted reflections, but actual entities with their own power and motivations. With a deep breath, Persephone began to weave a spell of binding, calling upon the power of the underworld. The air around her seemed to thicken as the shadows twisted and writhed, forming a dark, intricate pattern that bound the mirrored gods. The mirrored Aphrodite let out a scream of rage as she realized she was trapped. The other mirrored gods, their twisted forms contorting in agony, seemed to be bound by the spell of binding. Persephone knew that she had to find a way to banish the mirrored gods back to their own realm before they found a way to break free from the spell of binding. She knew that the fate of the real world hung in the balance, and that she was the only one who could prevent the twisted reflections from breaking into the real world. With a deep breath, Persephone began to chant, her voice echoing through the mirror realm. The air around her seemed to shimmer and distort as the power of the underworld surged through her. Slowly, the mirrored gods began to fade, their twisted forms dissolving into nothingness. Persephone knew that she had succeeded in banishing them back to their own realm, but she knew that the danger was far from over. The mirror realm still existed, a twisted, dark reflection of the real world, and Persephone knew that she had to find a way to destroy the mirror realm before the twisted reflections found a way to break back into the real world. With a deep breath, Persephone steeled herself for the task ahead. She knew that she had to journey deeper into the mirror realm to find the source of its power and destroy it. The fate of the real world hung in the balance. Persephone knew that she had to be brave and face the darkness head-on. As Persephone delved deeper into the heart of the mirror realm, she began to notice that the reflections of the gods were not just twisted, they were also changing. The more she gazed upon them, the more they seemed to writhe and contort, as if they were alive and struggling to break free from the glassy prison that held them captive. The air was thick with an electric charge, and the ground trembled beneath her feet, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The reflection of Zeus, once a proud and powerful king, now sneered at her with a grotesque, twisted grin, his eyes blazing with a fierce and malevolent intensity. His hair, once a rich golden hue, had turned a dark, murky brown, and his skin was sallow and gaunt. He seemed to be absorbing the light around him, leaving the surrounding air cold and dark. Poseidon, once the majestic ruler of the seas, now gazed out at her with cold, dead eyes, his skin a sickly shade of green, his hair a tangled mess of seaweed and coral. His trident, once a symbol of his power and authority, now seemed to be a twisted, broken thing, its prongs curled and corroded. Hera, once the beautiful and regal queen of the gods, now stared out at Persephone, with a face that was both ancient and ageless, her skin a wrinkled parchment-like texture, her eyes sunken and cold. Her crown, once a symbol of her power and beauty, now hung crookedly on her head, its gems dull and lifeless. Athena, once the wise and powerful goddess of wisdom, now gazed out at Persephone, with eyes that were cold, calculating, and devoid of any warmth or compassion. Her skin was a sickly shade of grey, her hair a dull, lifeless brown, and her armor, once a symbol of her strength and power, now hung loosely on her shoulders, its metal tarnished and corroded. Artemis, once the gentle and beautiful goddess of the hunt, now stared out at Persephone with eyes that were wild, feral, and untamed. Her hair, once a rich golden hue, had turned a dark, matted brown, and her skin was a sickly shade of pale, her lips curled into a snarl, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. Ares, once the fierce and powerful god of war, now gazed out at Persephone with eyes that were cold, cruel, and devoid of any compassion. His skin was a sickly shade of pale, his hair a dull, lifeless brown, and his armor, once a symbol of his strength and power, now hung loosely on his shoulders, its metal tarnished and corroded. Demeter, once the warm and loving goddess of agriculture, now stared out at her daughter with eyes that were cold, distant, and devoid of any warmth or love. Her skin was a sickly shade of pale, her hair a dull, lifeless brown, and her hands, once gentle and nurturing, now hung loosely at her sides, as if they were no longer capable of holding or cradling the earth. As Persephone gazed upon the twisted reflections of the gods, she felt a creeping sense of dread and horror. She knew that if these reflections were allowed to break into the real world, they would bring chaos and destruction upon the earth. She knew that she had to find a way to stop them, to prevent them from shattering the glassy prison that held them captive and unleashing their twisted power upon the world. But as she turned to leave, she realized that she was not alone in the mirror realm. There was another presence, one that she could not see, but could feel, a presence that seemed to be watching her, waiting for her to make her move. Persephone's heart raced with fear as she realized that she was trapped, that she was being watched, and that she was being toyed with. She knew that she had to think fast, to come up with a way to escape the mirror realm and prevent the twisted reflections from breaking through. But as she scanned the surrounding area, she realized that she was surrounded by an endless expanse of twisted, broken glass, and that she was trapped with no way out. The presence, whatever it was, seemed to sense her fear, and it began to laugh, a cold, mirthless sound echoing through the mirror realm, making Persephone's skin crawl. "You should not have come here," it said, its voice like a cold wind. "You should not have tried to meddle in the affairs of the gods." Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding in her chest, as she faced the unknown presence. "I had to come," she said, her voice firm and resolute. "I had to try and stop you." The presence laughed again, its sound echoing through the mirror realm, making Persephone's skin crawl. "You are no match for me," it said. "You are no match for the power of the mirror realm." Persephone knew that she had to think fast, that she had to come up with a plan to escape the mirror realm and prevent the twisted reflections from breaking through. She knew that she had to use all of her cunning, all of her intelligence, and all of her bravery to defeat the presence and shatter the glassy prison that held the twisted reflections captive. But as she stood there frozen with fear, she realized that she was not alone. She was not alone because she had the power of the earth, the power of the seasons, and the power of her own inner strength. She knew that she could draw upon that power, that she could tap into it, and that she could use it to defeat the presence, to escape the mirror realm, and to prevent the twisted reflections from breaking through. With newfound determination, Persephone raised her arms to the heavens, and she called upon the power of the earth, the power of the seasons, and the power of her own inner strength. She knew that she could do it, that she could defeat the presence, and that she could save the world from the twisted reflections of the gods. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections of the gods that grew increasingly distorted and twisted. The once majestic forms of Zeus and Poseidon now appeared as bloated, grotesque parodies, their faces twisted in cruel, sadistic grins. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and the very fabric of reality seemed to writhe and twist in agony. The reflection of Athena, once a beacon of wisdom and justice, now appeared as a haggard crone, her eyes sunken and empty, her skin sallow and decaying. Her once sharp mind was now a jumble of conflicting thoughts and mad ravings, as if the very essence of wisdom had been torn asunder. Persephone's heart heavy with sorrow, she pressed on, driven by a sense of duty to uncover the source of this twisted realm. She navigated a labyrinth of shattered mirrors, each one reflecting a different distorted aspect of the Olympian pantheon. The reflection of Apollo, once a radiant embodiment of music and poetry, now appeared as a twisted, cadaverous figure, his lyre shattered and silent, his eyes blazing with a mad, fervent intensity. As she walked, the mirrors seemed to grow larger, their surfaces rippling and flexing like living, breathing entities. The reflections within them grew more vivid, more real, as if they were straining to break free from their glassy prisons. Persephone felt the air grow thick with malevolent energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its limits. The reflection of Artemis, once a shining embodiment of the hunt and the wilderness, now appeared as a snarling, feral creature, her eyes blazing with a savage, untamed ferocity. Her once sleek form was now twisted and deformed, her limbs elongated into grotesque, inhuman appendages. Persephone's heart was heavy with sorrow, as she beheld the twisted reflections of the gods she had once revered. She knew that she had to find a way to stop this twisted realm from breaking into the real world before it was too late. As she walked, the mirrors grew larger, their surfaces rippling and flexing like living, breathing entities. The reflections within them grew more vivid, more real, as if they were straining to break free from their glassy prisons. Persephone felt the air grow thick with malevolent energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched to its limits. Suddenly, the mirrors shattered, and the reflections spilled out into the real world. The twisted, distorted forms of the gods began to take shape, their eyes blazing with malevolent energy. Persephone knew that she had to act fast, to find a way to stop this twisted realm from taking over the real world. She called upon the power of the underworld, summoning the spirits of the dead to aid her in this battle. As the twisted gods began to take shape, Persephone stood tall, her heart pounding with determination. She knew that she was the only one who could stop this twisted realm from destroying the world. With a fierce cry, she charged forward, her hands blazing with the power of the underworld. The battle between the twisted gods and Persephone had begun. The twisted gods, fueled by their own madness and corruption, clashed with Persephone's powers, unleashing a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Skies grew dark, the earth shook, and the seas churned with unprecedented ferocity, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. The battle raged on, with Persephone fighting valiantly against the twisted gods. Her powers, fueled by her determination to save the world, grew stronger with each passing moment. The twisted gods, however, seemed to gain strength from the chaos and destruction they unleashed. As the battle raged on, the world began to crumble, the very foundations of reality began to shake. The gods, once the pillars of order and stability, now seemed to be the harbingers of chaos and destruction. In the midst of the battle, Persephone saw a glimmer of hope. She saw that the twisted gods, despite their corruption, still retained a faint echo of their divine essence. It was this spark, this remnant of their former glory, that Persephone knew she had to exploit. With renewed determination, Persephone focused her powers, channeling the energy of the underworld towards the twisted gods. Slowly but surely, the corruption that had consumed them began to recede, and the gods began to regain their former glory. The battle raged on, but now it was a battle of redemption, rather than destruction. Persephone's powers, fueled by her determination to save the world, grew stronger with each passing moment. As the last of the twisted gods was redeemed, the world began to heal. The skies cleared, the earth stabilized, and the seas calmed. The gods, once again, stood as the pillars of order and stability. Persephone, exhausted but triumphant, stood victorious in the midst of the restored world. She knew that she had saved the world from destruction, and that the gods once again stood as the guardians of order and stability. But as she looked around, she saw that the world was not the same. The experience had changed her, and the gods. They had seen the depths of corruption and destruction, and they had been tempered by it. The world was reborn, a new world, forged in the crucible of chaos and destruction, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, stood as its guardian, a powerful and wise leader, forged in the heart of the battle. The gods, once again, stood as the pillars of order and stability, but now they were different. They were wiser, more compassionate, and more powerful. They had seen the depths of corruption and destruction, and they had been tempered by it. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, stood as the guardian of this new world. She knew that she had a new role to play, a role that would require her to wield her powers with wisdom and compassion. And so, with a newfound sense of purpose, Persephone began her journey, guiding the gods and mortals alike towards a brighter, wiser, and more compassionate future. As Persephone delved deeper into the mirror realm, she began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. The reflections of the gods seemed to be shifting, their forms blurred, like wet ink spreading on parchment, and reformed into twisted, grotesque parodies of their former selves. Athena, once the embodiment of reason and wisdom, gazed back at Persephone with eyes that burned with an unquenchable hunger. Her skin was deathly pale, and her lips curled into a snarl, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The usually stoic goddess now seemed to relish the chaos and destruction that lurked at the fringes of the mirror realm. Poseidon, the sea, now resembled a monstrous sea serpent, its coils writhing like living tendrils of darkness. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly green light, as if the very essence of the ocean had been distilled into malevolent fury. The once majestic god now seemed driven by an insatiable thirst for devastation and annihilation. Artemis, the huntress, had transformed into a spectral, ghostly apparition, her face a death's mask, her eyes black as coal. Her usually lithe form was now skeletal, her skin stretched taut over bony fingers that grasped a bow that seemed to be crafted from the very shadows themselves. Her presence was a palpable chill, a cold, dark energy that seeped into the marrow of Persephone's bones. The usually affable Dionysus had become a twisted, macabre jester, his face a grotesque parody of a smile, his eyes glinting with a mad, unhinged energy. His skin was a deep, rich purple, like the color of a bruise, and his fingers were tipped with razor-sharp claws that seemed to be perpetually stained with the blood of the damned. As Persephone wandered through the twisted reflections, she began to realize that each of the gods had been warped in a manner that reflected their deepest, darkest fears and desires. Zeus, the king of the skies, now resembled a colossal, stormy giant, his eyes blazing with lightning that seemed to crackle with an electric fury. His face was a mask of unbridled power, his features twisted into a snarling, brutal visage that seemed to be perpetually on the brink of unleashing a cataclysmic stormy weather. Hades, her beloved, now gazed back at her with eyes that burned with an intense, almost fanatical devotion. His face was a death's mask, his skin as white as the marble of the underworld, his features chiseled into an unyielding, granite-like resolve. His presence was a palpable, crushing weight, a gravity that seemed to warp the very fabric of reality. The more Persephone explored, the more she became trapped in a labyrinthine world of twisted reflections, where the gods were distorted, their darkest aspects amplified, and their benevolent aspects suppressed. The mirror realm was a realm of madness, a realm of chaos, where the very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling before her eyes. As she delved deeper, the reflections began to take on a life of their own, their twisted forms coalescing into a dark amorphous mass that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The air was heavy with an electric tension, as if the very fabric of reality was about to tear asunder, unleashing a maelstrom of chaos upon the world. Persephone knew that she had to escape, to find a way back to the world of the living, to warn the gods of the impending catastrophe. But the mirror realm seemed to shift and writhe around her, like a living, sentient entity, determined to keep her trapped in its labyrinthine depths. She raised her hands, and as she did, the reflections of the gods seemed to pause, their twisted forms frozen in a tableau of madness. The air was heavy with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Persephone took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest, and spoke the words that would shatter the mirror realm forever. I reject this twisted world, and I will not be trapped by your reflections. I will shatter this realm, and I will bring balance back to the gods. As she spoke, the air seemed to vibrate with energy, and the reflections of the gods began to shatter, like fragile crystalline shards, exploding into a kaleidoscope of light and sound that threatened to consume everything in its path. As I wandered deeper into the mirror realm, I stumbled upon a twisted reflection of Mount Olympus, its peaks twisted and gnarled like festering wounds. The skies above were a deep, foreboding crimson, like the color of drying blood. The air was heavy with an unspoken malevolence, and I could feel the weight of the mirror realm's dark magic bearing down upon me. I approached the twisted palace of the gods, its walls a labyrinthine maze of reflective surfaces that seemed to shift and writhe like living serpents. The doors, fashioned from the same dark glass as the mirror that had brought me here, slid open with a creaking, like the groan of some ancient forgotten beast. Within, I found a twisted parody of the gods' throne room. The seats, fashioned from twisted thorn-like wood, were occupied by the reflections of the gods, their faces distorted, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly energy. Zeus, once the embodiment of wisdom and power, now sat, his eyes blazing with a manic, unstable fury, his bolts crackling with dark, malevolent energy. Poseidon, once the ruler of the oceans, now sat, his eyes glowing with an unnatural, pulsing green, his trident crackling with electricity. Hades, once the ruler of the underworld, now sat, his eyes blazing with a cold, calculating malevolence, his very presence seeming to suck the life force from the air. At the center of this twisted gathering, I saw a reflection of myself, my face twisted, my eyes blazing with a dark, feral energy. This twisted reflection, this mirror Persephone, gazed upon me with a cold, calculating disdain, as if she were a predator, sizing up her prey. "You should not have come here, Persephone," the mirror Poseidon growled, his voice like thunder in my mind. "You should not have meddled in the affairs of the gods." "I came to stop you," I replied, my voice steady, though my heart raced with fear. "I came to prevent you from breaking into the real world." The mirror Zeus laughed, his voice like a crack of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the mirror realm. "You think you can stop us, little queen?" he sneered. "We are the gods, and we will not be denied." As he spoke, the mirror Poseidon raised his trident, and the air seemed to crackle with electricity. The mirror Hades, meanwhile, reached out a hand, and the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel, revealing glimpses of the underworld, its rivers of fire, its lakes of ice. The mirror Persephone, my twisted reflection, raised a hand, and a dark swirling vortex erupted, drawing me towards it, as if it sought to consume me, to absorb my essence, and make me one with the mirror realm. I knew I had to act, to stop them before it was too late. I focused my will, drawing upon the power of the spring and the earth and the cycles of life and death. I reached out a hand, and a burst of green, vibrant energy shot forth, striking the mirror Poseidon and sending him stumbling back. The mirror Zeus, enraged, hurled a bolt of dark energy at me, but I was ready, my connection to the natural world guiding me. I raised a hand, and a shield of living, pulsing energy erupted, deflecting the bolt and sending it harmlessly into the twisted throne room. The mirror Hades, his eyes blazing with malevolent fury, summoned a host of shadowy, formless entities which swirled around me, their presence like a cold, dark wind, seeking to chill my very bones. I knew I had to resist, to hold fast against the mirror realm's twisted power. I focused my will, drawing upon the power of the seasons and the cycles of life and death. I raised a hand, and a burst of warm golden energy erupted, driving the shadowy entities back and banishing them from the twisted throne room. The mirror Persephone, my twisted reflection, gazed upon me with a cold, calculating disdain, as if she were a predator, sizing up her prey. She raised a hand, and a dark, swirling vortex erupted, drawing me towards it, as if it sought to consume me, to absorb my essence, and make me one with the mirror realm. I knew I had to resist, to hold fast against the mirror realm's twisted power. I focused my will, drawing upon the power of the spring, and the earth, and the cycles of life and death. I reached out a hand, and a burst of green, vibrant energy shot forth, striking the mirror Persephone and sending her stumbling back. As I stood there, my connection to the natural world guiding me, I knew I had to find a way to banish the mirror realm, to prevent it from breaking into the real world. I knew I had to find a way to shatter the mirror, to sever the connection between the two realms. But how? I thought, my mind racing, as I gazed upon the twisted, distorted reflections of the gods. I knew I had to find a way to stop the mirror realm before it was too late. The fate of the real world and all its inhabitants hung in the balance. As Persephone wandered deeper into the mirror realm, she encountered reflections of the gods she had never seen before. Ares, the god of war, was depicted as a hulking brute, his face twisted with sadistic glee as he reveled in the carnage he had unleashed upon the world. The goddess Athena, once a beacon of reason and wisdom, now appeared as a cold, calculating figure, her eyes devoid of compassion, as she orchestrated the downfall of her enemies. The further Persephone delved into the realm, the more distorted the reflections became. Poseidon, the ruler of the seas, was shown as a monstrous sea serpent, its coils crushing the life from the cities that dared to defy its power. Hestia, the gentle goddess of the hearth, was depicted as a malevolent entity, her flames burning with an otherworldly intensity as she tormented those who dared to ignore her. As Persephone navigated the twisted landscape, she began to notice a disturbing trend. The reflections of the gods were not simply static images, but rather they seemed to be alive, their malevolent energies seeping into the fabric of the mirror realm. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to writhe and twist in agony. The reflection of Zeus, the king of the gods, loomed before her, its form shifting and contorting in ways that defied human comprehension. Its eyes blazed with an unholy power, as if they were gateways to dimensions beyond mortal understanding. Persephone felt the weight of the reflection's gaze upon her, its malevolent energy seeking to consume her very essence. As she stood frozen in terror, the reflection of Zeus began to speak, its voice like thunder in her mind. You, Persephone, queen of the underworld, are the key to unlocking the secrets of this realm. Your presence has awakened the echoes of the gods, and soon they will shatter the boundaries that confine them. The reflection's words sent shivers down Persephone's spine as she realized the true horror of the mirror realm. These twisted reflections were not mere illusions. They were, in fact, alternate versions of the gods, born from the darkest aspects of their own psyches, and if they were allowed to break free, they would unleash a maelstrom of destruction upon the world, ravaging the very fabric of reality. With a surge of determination, Persephone steeled herself against the reflection's malevolent power. She knew that she had to find a way to stop the reflections from breaking into the real world. The fate of the gods, the mortals, and the realms hung precariously in the balance. As she prepared to face the reflection of Zeus, a faint whisper echoed in her mind, a hint of a long-forgotten memory. The power to bind the reflections lies within the heart of the mirror realm itself. Seek out the source of its power, and you shall find the key to containing the twisted gods. With renewed purpose, Persephone set forth into the unknown, her heart pounding in her chest as she delved deeper into the labyrinth mirror realm. The reflections of the gods watched her, their twisted forms seeming to writhe and twist in anticipation of her failure. But Persephone refused to yield, driven by her determination to protect the world she loved. As she ventured further, the landscape shifted, becoming increasingly surreal and distorted. The skies turned a sickly shade of greenish yellow, and the ground became slick with an oily substance that seemed to seep from the very rocks themselves. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and corruption, and Persephone's senses reeled from the sheer intensity of the mirror realm's malevolent energy. Despite the overwhelming odds against her, she pressed on, her footsteps echoing through the twisted landscape like a beacon of hope in a realm of darkness. And then, in the distance, she saw it, a shimmering portal that pulsed with an otherworldly power, the source of the mirror realm's energy, the heart of its twisted power. With a deep breath, Persephone steeled herself for the unknown, her heart pounding in her chest as she approached the portal. The reflections of the gods watched her, their twisted forms seeming to hold their breath in anticipation of her next move. And as she reached out to touch the portal, the very fabric of the mirror realm seemed to shudder, as if the fate of the world itself hung in the balance, itself hung in the balance, itself hung in the balance, itself